Welcome back to the Red Bull Airborne. Are you kidding me? Right now, we are going to see some of the most amazing acts above the lip that we have ever seen, I hope. Well, Mitch Cruz, Michael McFanning.
Strata, how are you, mate?
These boys are going to break it down for us, huh? You guys are going to let us know what's happening as it's happening, and I cannot wait to see this action go down. I mean, this is where we get to have some fun, boys. We get to see these guys going mental. We get to see what's possible, and we've got the craziest lineup you could ever ask for in the air show.
Yeah, I'm so pumped to be here. If I wasn't in here, I'll probably be on the sand at D-Bar, but I'm on these beautiful, comfy lounges with you guys. But yeah, no, it should be epic. It's the gnarliest group of guys right now. So yeah, and the conditions are perfect for doing airs. So yeah, looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, Mick, talk to me about the high tide coming in and why that's going to give us favor out there at D-Bar.
Yeah, with the tide coming in now, as you've seen throughout the day, it's sort of the waves have been a little bit flat. D-Bar generally likes a high tide, and it's going to start pushing in and creating steeper walls and bigger ramps for these guys just to launch into the air.
We got guys like Yago Dora, Kalani David, Harry Bryant, you were telling me, is just an all-out fun factor. We've got Finn McGill and Mitch Parkinson. Are you kidding me? Aaron Kelly. So this is going to be a good time. And I don't know. Are you guys favoring anybody?
Look, I think what we've seen throughout the day, the goofy foot is going left into that wind, into the air wind.
Yeah.
So, you know, you have a look at guys like Yago and Harry. You know, they're well renowned for doing huge, big punts on their front side. So at this stage, they're probably the two front runners. But look, Kalani, Mitch, Finn, don't even know. That was Mitch there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think those guys have got some big backside rotators in store for us too.
Well, we just came out of the Quickie Pro, and we saw John Florence going above the lip on those right-handers too. So these guys, I guess if you have enough speed, anything's possible, right?
Yeah, I think it's actually way more difficult to huck an air on the rights today because the wind's at your back. Like you were saying, Mick, those lefts are really easy because the wind's obviously going to lift your board up and keep it under your feet. So Yago in his heat this morning, he stomped actually a pretty big air, got that 7-8-3 or whatever, and yeah, he's obviously had a chance to surf out there, but I'm just excited to see the likes of, like, you know, Harry surfing a heat with someone like Yago. It's so funny to see these guys actually like putting on a rashi and going out there and just messing around. It's pretty cool.
And there you have it. We are on. This is live right here. My name's Strider Wasilewski, and we are in the Red Bull Airborne. I personally, guys like, you know, that come through from crossing over from the World Tour into these air shows, I'm almost like borderline kind of like going, well, this is kind of dangerous for them, right? Because every air that you do has a kind of an X factor.
Yeah, definitely. But in saying that, you have a look at the top guys on tour these days, and they're hucking some of the biggest airs around the world. You know, you saw what Filipe did last year, what Gabe was doing, what Italo was doing. Like, those guys are just as good as these other guys, and they're doing it in the heat of the moment. So it's really exciting. It's exciting to see the guys that just go and free surf and do those huge airs to come into a heat situation and see if they can put it all together. And I'm really intrigued to see what's going to happen.
There's still a lot of guys on the tour that should probably be surfing in this, but obviously they've chosen like not to compete because maybe they're afraid of injuring themselves or something. But the tour guys are doing some of the biggest airs in the world. But I think what's cool about this platform is you get the renegades and the comp guys come together, and yeah, it's just a bit of a show.
That was Finn McGill trying to pop a little backside three. You know, it's one of those places that finding a lip line out there can be hard, even, you know, as a beach break situation like this.
Yeah, but then you see these little ramps like on the inside there.
That was a big one. Kalani David trying to go big above the lip right there. So the format is you go out, you get your best opportunities, it's leaderboard, right? So these guys will get to surf twice no matter what, and then they're going to stack those points up. Top 6 out of those will actually advance on to the final.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not like these guys are going to get eliminated here. So they, in the next, say, round, as they're going to surf again, they're going to mix these heats up again. They're going to mix all the surfers back up, and then they're going to go back out and see who can get, you know, the highest scores on the board.
Oh, that was cool. Looked like he just like crunched himself under the flats there, but that's that air wind going into the left that we were talking about. Yeah.
I think he went straight through his board.
Here goes Yago. He was feeling it in his heat this morning, so he knows what's up. Big verse. Looked like he kind of tried to grab like a lean grab there, which is cool. You know, like watching these guys mess around with grabs. That's what's going to score higher, I think.
Well, yeah, there's so many different technical sides of these airs that are just like, I mean, hey, I'll be honest, I rarely leave the surface when I surf, except for when I'm wiping out.
You and me both, mate. I don't even know the names of them.
But these guys are just doing it every day, all day long, like you said. I mean, I watch some of these guys just free surf. I watch them in heats, and it's just mind-blowing. You know, Italo in Bali.
Wow.
I mean, that was ridiculous. If he would have stuck that, I mean, where's the score going?
Here we have Aaron Kelly. I think he goes for the, what do you call that one?
That was a backside indie air reverse, and he kind of just
went straight through his board.
Absolutely crunched himself on that. But yeah, like Kalani's air was, if he had pulled something like that, you know, the wind's at his back. Everything's working against him. The landing was just really sucky. Like something like that is what you would imagine would get a huge score, like an 8-9 point air. Whereas, you know, you see some of the standard air reverses going into the wind, front side. They may not score as high because it's quite easy.
It's not that high. I feel like that's like the new, I don't know, cutback. Honestly, guys are doing those in their sleep. But an air like Kalani David just did, I mean, personally, I'm just like thinking like that's a 10-point air if he sticks that smooth coming out of it. For me,
yeah, 100%. And like, it's going to be cool to see someone actually pull off a big air on the rights like this afternoon. If they like, and I think the judges would be aware of that because it's going to be a lot more difficult. And some of those lefts in the corner, you know, you could probably pull off a couple and stick him and then try something bigger. Here goes Mitch. He's whirling around on to the left.
How would they score this? Like, I'm really new to this whole air game, as you know.
Mate.
But like, is it more technical? Is it more height? Is it full rotations? Like, just for our listeners out there and me.
Well, there is a kind of a, you know, a breakdown of it, but you know, basically the technical side of it, the height and the style and the completion is massive, obviously.
Wow,
so, you know, Kalani there just stomping, but kind of your stock backside 3 right there. But the height is a big factor.
Yeah.
Your grabs, so technically speaking, and then your completion is massive.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, here's that section there. Wow, that was nice. That was the first air landed. Kalani, little backside air reverse. He looked like he kind of got shot out to the flats too, which was kind of cool. That'll get a decent score, and it's cool for him to kind of get his confidence up, sticking something. But the criteria is basically, it's an opportunity for everyone to get creative. Obviously, the degree of difficulty, like we were saying about those rights, like it's going to be tough, but innovation, progressive maneuvers, style, speed, power, height, amplitude, and technicality. So that's the criteria, and there's Yago pulling off a small one.
Well, down on the beach right now, we got Binzi with Thomas Woods. Looks like Woods is going to be waxing up his board, getting ready for his session.
Yeah, thanks guys. Down here with Thomas Woods, who's just literally rocked up to the beach in his work boots, straight off the job site, came second in the trials. Mate, pretty psyched to get out there?
Yeah, pretty keen. It looks fun. I mean, there's some solid sections. Probably more worried about getting lost out there than anything, but hopefully we get a few and get some punts.
And did you have to take off work early today? How'd you convince your boss to let you out?
Oh, he's pretty cool. I just told him I'm doing this thing, so whenever the boys say it's on, I got to boost. And yeah, I mean, Spiona wasn't on earlier, so I could have had more of the day off, but still all good.
Yeah, you got a boost all right. And tell us about what your plan is going out there.
Paddle out there. I mean, I'd love to get it right, but it seems like more left, so we'll just see what happens.
And what's your trade? What do you do for a job?
Chippy, carpenter.
All right, so let's go see you get out there and drop some hammers.
Sweet, mate, hopefully.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Binsy.
Is he going to do a shoey if he wins his heat?
For sure. Out of those work boots. I can't wait.
He'd have to, surely.
Come on, Woodsy.
Oh, man. There's shoeys, there's chippies, there's brickies. There's so many terms over here that are just unbelievable.
You just add E's on the end of everything.
Yeah.
Sparkies? Is that the electrician?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I love it. Well, Kalani David out in front right now. He actually finished number 4 over in France when they had the Red Bull Air show over there, which was pretty impressive. And Yago took it down for the win. Yago is so consistent. It's absolutely amazing.
Oh, he's wrapping it.
Oh, what's happening?
Doing the runaround.
You think so? We'll
Yeah,
see what he's doing.
He's either, doing the runaround or he's buckled his board or something, but he got an 8.43, so that's a pretty massive score. He can basically paddle straight back out and just basically send it as hard as he wants. Now, like, to go higher than that, you'd be wanting to land something pretty huge, no doubt.
So what they're doing is they're doubling their high score. So it was a 4.17 and the 8.43. I know we don't have that, but you can see there on the sneaky what we've got going. So they're doubling their high scores in these heats.
So it's sort of like the big wave tour where you double your highest score and then your second one just comes in as standard.
That was Haz having a little sniff down the beach.
Yago winding up. He's got a nice section. Huge front side rotator and almost sticks it, but sorry.
Wow, that would have been huge. It looked like it was kind of wanted like a friendly-ish landing too, and maybe he just got a little bit too horny on it and just went, he just tried to huck it.
Oh, just over rotation. But that would have been pretty amazing, but almost doesn't count, does it?
Well, yeah, essentially that's a 0, right?
Yep. Here's Kalani's, the 4. A little, so breaking down that air, a little flat, but could have been a little more dynamic, like up, upside down in the air. Here's the one that Yago made, and then the one that he didn't make, and the one that Kalani didn't make. How dynamic that really looked. There was such a big difference, in what they did. Really
inverted as well, just the almost off-axis rotation as well. That would have been, incredible.
Right. Looks like we got a little bit of a break in the action right now. Well, maybe not. Here we go. Yeah, still got a break in the action. Binsy's down there with Josh Kerr right now, who's running this whole show. What do you got for us, Binsy?
Yeah, down here with Kersey. Spicy lips after some nachos went wrong. But, mate, tell us what we're looking at in the water.
Yeah, it's been a little move. It was planning on being at snapper this contest, but a very happy move for a lot of the athletes a part of this one to D-bar, and I know definitely for the goofy footers, they're super excited. We've got the south wind, we've got some kind of chunky waves out there. They got the whole of D-bar beach to utilise at the cause, and yeah, there's some good ramps. We haven't seen anything super crazy yet. We just got underway, and a couple good waves, and yeah, I'm excited. We're here, we're doing it.
What do you reckon over the course of your career you'd have done more airs at D-bar than snapper?
Oh, 100%. This was basically my go-to wave growing up. I lived right there above the grass hill during my high school days, so every day before and after school I was running out here, and yeah, if it wasn't for this wave I don't think I would have been the surfer I became through my career.
Tell us about the judging criteria.
Yeah, the judging criteria is, we're just going over that. It's pretty harsh, we get to use the whole scale since we don't have to score unmade airs. So, if it's a very average air, we could be given 0.5s for some air reverses, and you know, to get up in that 8 and above range, you got to go really big and also show commitment and show a technical grab. You got to do it all, you know. It's got to be kind of that mind-blowing. You want to keep that, especially that 9 to 10 range, something that you're going to remember through the whole year.
Noah Dean takes off, gets barreled for 50 metres. What's his score?
It's a big fat 0 for Noz.
And run us through the selection process. But you know, you've handpicked some of the surfers who are in this field.
Yeah. So the finalists from last year's. Oh, someone almost did something really big. I don't know what just happened, but seems like everyone was pretty excited on whatever that was. Harry Bryan, I think, might have done something psycho at Lovers. But yeah, that's finalist from last year's Airborne in France, automatically selected, and then selected some, obviously the guys that are putting out the best edits, selecting the guys that are putting out the best digital social media clips as well. And we also did a trials here a couple weeks ago for the regional Gold Coast area and Sunshine Coast area, and 2 guys got in via that.
Yeah, we just spoke to Thomas Woods. Tell us about the other winner of the trials, Aaron Kelly.
Yeah, Aaron Kelly's out in the heat right now. I'd never heard of him, to be honest, and he blew me away. He landed maybe 9 different airs in the final here on the Goldie, and I think he landed the 3 best airs of that whole final. So he won it by a mile, and really impressive. It was really fun to watch and refreshing for me, because that's basically why we put this platform out there, was to basically scout guys that are in the world that maybe never got that little leg up. Maybe they didn't get picked up by the media. They weren't the kind of kids that were ready to be coached 3 to the beach at like 14 and 15. This platform is really for those kind of guys.
And just finally, you started your career as a competitor on the Airshow Series, World Airshow Champion. How good does it feel to be back? This is almost like your parting gift to the sport.
Yeah, exactly. I do feel like I'm giving back, because for me, without the airshows, I would have probably never got to where I got to as a surfer, and without that stepping stone, and to be able to give back this platform to those kind of guys and give it to, you know, it's a tough industry out there these days, even for the free surf world, to give them a platform to make their name bigger throughout the globe. And, you know, and for us as spectators, we get 6 guys in the water all hunting ramps, and what's more fun to watch than that?
And you're not a bad contest director either. You're making some calls. You're putting Renato and the guys in his face. Must be nice.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty different being back in a different role, but it's cool. I like it.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Kersey. Back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, boys. Good breakdown of what's happening out there, judging criteria, what everybody's going to be judged on as this thing goes through. We saw a huge air from a couple of the guys. This looks like Mitch throwing a little one on the backhand there, trying to get warmed up, but this is the hairy air.
This thing was crazy. He just hucks himself straight into the flats.
Yeah, he just was scratching to ride out too, and it just didn't let him out. He'll be gutted on that. That was huge, straight to the flats.
I mean, it's a big wave. A lot of consequence, comes down, flips it around, and is he not going to get the completion?
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing. Are they going to be that stringent as they are on the World Tour?
Where you got to pet the kitty all the way out of the whitewater? I mean...
there are times where, they made it. It's just sometimes the wave just doesn't let you out.
Yeah.
You know, he stood there for a good 50 metres.
I was impressed.
Essentially, he had landed the air, but, the momentum didn't let him get in front of the whitewater. Oh.
Yeah, no, look, I'll claim it as made.
Here he goes again. He must be down at the Lovers Bank there, and...
just hunting those lefts.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot more of a slingshot happening down at Lovers, so I feel like the potential to do a massive air would be down there compared to near the wall. It's a bit flatter and a bit fatter, but if you could stick something down there, surely you're going to get a huge score. Little Booger doing a little Rio.
He's in the show. He's ready.
Nailed it.
Tell me a little bit about Harry. Is this guy, you know, free surfer, contest surfer, or is he just all about enjoying the Australian lifestyle?
Back in the day, he was doing contests.
Yeah.
He was sponsored by Rip Curl as a Grom coming up, and then he sort of fell out of love with contest surfing, and then started following his passion of just becoming a free surfer. And sort of in the last 2 to 3 years, he's just really taken off. He's puts out some hilarious edits. A guy that doesn't fight the fun, and great tube rider. But as you saw, he can throw some of the biggest airs out there today.
Yeah, well, passion always wins when it comes right down to it. If you're following your passion, you're going to be on the right path. And right now, we're going to take a quick break here at the Red Bull Airborne. And we'll be right back with some more massive airs above the lip. Hopefully, Yago can stick one of those things as long as Harry's watching. Welcome back to the Red Bull Airborne Air Show. I cannot wait to see the rest of this thing play out, and hopefully right now, look at this ramp on the inside. Let's see what Harry's down the beach. He's got his own little peak down there, huh?
He just did a method kick out. You might get a 1 for it. Oh, Finn, huge ramp. Oh, he just got unlucky. It looked like it just sucked out a lot. That's that, like, hectic landing down at Lovers. It's just not that friendly. So every section's probably going to launch him straight out to the flats, and it's basically them bracing, ready to absorb a gnarly landing. And these boys, I guess, it's what they're ready for.
It's kind of a fine line when you launch out over those kind of suck out drops where you know the landing could be really critical if you're just in front of it or you go to the flats. But if you catch that piece of whitewater coming back up, it's almost like you don't even feel it.
You see so many injuries, like guys just hitting the flats and doing the splits, and but then also too when they're hitting that explosion back up, they just blow ankles out. Like most of these guys would have done a knee or an ankle, but they're still crazy that they still go for it.
Yeah, here's Finn's replay. He had it. He looked like he was pretty solid over his board. He kind of got a bit of an over rotation too, like. But
looks like the explosion just hit his tail, and
it just threw his board off. That's that sucky landing that makes it difficult to ride out. But it'd be interesting to see where Yago's sitting, because he hasn't had a wave for a while. I think he'd be up near the wall there, which has got that bit friendlier landing. But either way, it's pretty awesome to see these guys really sending it.
Yeah, that section down there, you know, that we saw that's Lovers part of the beach, and it's just there's just this huge section down there just crushing on no sand. That's Binzi up there in the judges tower with Shane Beshin right now, and he's been breaking down the action.
Yeah, thanks guys. Down here with Shane, who's one of the 3 judges. And how good is this? You enjoying the display or what?
Yeah, they're just getting warmed up right now. We have a few scores on the board. Kalani David probably has the best score right now with the backside rotor, and Yago's right behind him. And yeah, Yago won last year, and Kalani was actually the first one to put a score on the board last year in France as well. So you're starting to see like some of the consistency from the guys, you know.
And you had a famous World Tour career of your own, but how much?
Up and riding.
Here we go. He's a long way back, can't get around that section. Well, he's eyeing off for another round. No, he's out. Yeah. All right, you had a long and distinguished World Tour career of your own, but did you ever go any air shows back in the day?
I think I might have done one, but I was already on tour when the air shows, like, kind of whole deal started back then. So I was more focused on doing airs and contests.
And how much are you enjoying seeing the WSL infrastructure around something as progressive as Red Bull Airborne?
Oh, it's cool, and I love seeing the CT guys like Filipe and Italo are entered.
Let's through this one.
Let's check this one out. This is
Harry Brown.
Whoa! Yeah, it's exciting, man. It's fun just watching guys go for it, you know, and the evolution of even the CT surfers has been incredible. Like the airs the guys have done in those events as well is insane. So to mix the best free surfers and the best CT guys, it's really cool.
And anyone who follows you on Instagram knows that you're a real student of the sport. You love the analysis. What are you looking for in the surfers right here?
I think just big sections, big airs. Harry Bryant almost made like a crazy air just a few minutes ago. That would have been a really big score. So yeah, like tech grabs, style, big sections, big airs.
Pretty simple formula. All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Speaking of big fannies, Red Bull got you going on any big trips or anything happening that we might be looking forward to?
At the moment, I'm sort of. I had some. I was on the waiting period for the surge for pretty much up until like last week, and we didn't actually pull the trigger on anything. But then I ended up going on a trip with Griffin for his new movie, which was pretty exciting. Me and Parker got to go with young Griff. I don't know why he picked us two old boys, but it was really, really fun. And got some things in the works with Red Bull at the moment. We're just just putting the final pieces of the puzzle together before we let it out of the bag.
All right, I like that. So
it's no air shows, don't worry.
What about you, Mitchie?
I'm going to Portugal on Friday, actually. Yeah, I've just...
well, that place is amazing for waves, huh?
Yeah, it's cool. We had that big cyclone that come here on the Gold Coast a few weeks ago, and that's why Snapper doesn't really have a bank at the moment. It blew it apart. But, yeah, me and Mick got some days at Kira that was quite memorable, and even, you know, Burley and the alley, the points just lit up. So, yeah, that was pretty awesome. And while the Quicksilver Pro's on, I thought... I might get out of here for a bit and chase some waves over there. And yeah, but it's good to see everyone and have everyone back out here for the Quickie Pro and watch everything kick off for the year. And yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff when you see everyone get back and surfing in the first event on tour.
Yeah, and you've been out here attacking yourself. I know Mick's been out here surfing a lot. It's when everybody's in town, do you feel like the level does go up, or is it you guys have already got that level on lock?
Oh, we're ripping, mate.
What do you mean? Off the wall D-bar.
Yeah, no, look, since I've ever surfed up here, the level of surfing around this area has been incredible. You know, started off with back in the day with MP, Peter Townend and Bugs and those guys. And then went on, you know, just saw Louis walk out. He used to live here, and you know, that we would have at least 3 or 4 CT surfers, and then you'd have amazing free surfers like Margot, and then just the list goes on. So the boys are always surfing with each other all the time and trying to push each other. And then you get fat old dudes like myself trying to push down sections on them.
Well, I guess the point is this has been kind of a mecca for performance, especially out here at the Beach Break venue, where you're going to be able to go above the lip and you're going to be able to find those sections that you can push it on, which is pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, we're really spoiled. I mean, we got, you know, Snapper, Burley, Yali, and then D-bar basically is always breaking no matter what size. There's always something there. So, yeah, and it's awesome for me, like growing up here, looking up to this old bloke, fat bloke now, and Joel, and yeah, it's super cool sharing the lineup with them, and yeah, obviously the level's getting higher, and now, you know, these guys retiring, it's kind of paved the way for the younger guys to kind of fill some shoes, big shoes to fill, but, you know, Jack's doing well now that he's back on tour, and there's a few other guys now that are really, like Reef Hazelwood's kind of spending a bit more time down here, and yeah, it's like I said, big shoes to fill, but potentially they'll get filled.
Potentially.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty, I mean, those are some big shoes to fill. You guys have done an amazing job, you know, as leaders as the Coolie boys, you know, and having somebody coming up behind you trying to fill those shoes would be a daunting task, I must say. It's something you don't just pass the baton and go ahead, boys.
I think that's just the thing around this community, though. Everyone helps each other out. You know, for us growing up, you know, as I was saying, the likes of Bugs, you know, there's been so many people before us, and they'd always give us knowledge and push it through. And that's been something that, you know, Parker, myself, we're always willing to help the next generation come through. And it's awesome. Like, you see young kids coming out. Like, I remember seeing Kersey when he first started doing airs, and he would sit down at Lovers, and he'd just do air reverse after air reverse after air reverse, days on end. And then he went on to the air show, became the air show world champion. But it's just, yeah, everyone just embraces each other, and it's a really good community vibe. Oh, someone get chewed.
So why does this wave have ramp after wave? What is the makeup out here that gives you the opportunity, or so many just epic peaks coming through on this beach?
It's God's country, mate.
Mate, we got the right point around the corner.
No, it's because of the river comes in. So normally if you get like a straight swell, even with the river just going out, it'll split the peaks up. So you've always got those shallow banks, and that will give you those A-frame peaks. And for some reason, yeah, D-bar just same as that, you know, South Stratty and that. It really comes in, as we see Yago here.
Wheel, yeah. That was actually the trials winner, Aaron Kelly. He's from the Sunshine Coast. It's actually funny, I'd never heard of him until recently, and it was cool to see that he won the comp. And there's Kalani just getting another little score on the board. Oh, he's trying to QE out. But yeah, it was cool to see someone real low profile get a spot into this comp. He apparently was real dominant in the trials, so yeah, good on him for getting a spot. Unfortunately, he hasn't stuck anything now, but you know, there's still a minute to go, and he does have a chance in round 2 tomorrow. Yeah,
everybody gets another chance to surf, which is going to be, you know, fun to watch. But you want to build it up. You know, you try and get at least one good score out of this, or 2 if you can, if it's possible.
Here goes Harry. Harry has had some almost unbelievable ones. Out of everyone, he's definitely been going the most ham.
And he's got a 0. He's sitting on a 0 because he hasn't come out of any of those things. But, I mean, I'm impressed. I feel like he's done the most radical airs in his heat so far. Just hasn't come away with them.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of this, really, I guess, was to see the boys go as hard as possible. Obviously, the comp guys will be a little more conservative because they've got, you know, real heats on the line. But yeah, here's Harry. He just goes straight out to the flats again, and he's just over his board, so he's committed to the landing. But yeah, just coming unstuck again. If he had have rode out of just one of those airs, they're the sort of airs that would probably no doubt get a massive score. But he's going to have another chance tomorrow.
Well, this one will count. They've all moved down to Harry's Peak at Lovers, huh? Oh, you can't quite ride out of that.
Maybe too overamped.
Yeah.
Too horny.
Too horny.
That happens to me all the time. All right, you guys, we'll be right back with more action here at the Red Bull Air Show. This has been pretty fun to watch so far, and there's plenty more to come.
Welcome back to Red Bull Airborne. I'm here with the winner of Heat 1 of this year's event, Kalani David. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
How's the conditions out there?
It's tough. It looks really tough, doesn't it? It's bad.
It's all right. You got to win. A win's a win, right? You'll take it?
Yeah, I'll take it any day. But it's definitely really hard, and the guys on my heat are freaking really good. So, I mean, it says a lot. If they're not getting any scores, it's really hard out there.
You're too humble, mate. If you're getting through in conditions like that, are you just happy with the win, or like are you concentrating on your own game? You just want to do the best there you can?
Yeah, I'm just honestly trying to outdo myself from last contest, and I just want to pull the nuts air in front of everyone. That's what we're here for. So I hope to get, just a clean section and just some good waves soon.
Tell us about last year's event, because you made the final in France. You booked your ticket to surf all 3 events this year. You got to be pumped on that.
Yeah, I had half the people last year in France, they had no idea that it was going to be a tour, so they didn't really try. And I was just baffled after we made the finals. They're like, "Yep, there's going to be a tour next year," and we're like, everyone in the final was like, "Wait, what?" That's so nuts that we made it on tour without even having to do the QS.
So the Gold Coast, Bali, then back to France. That's not bad.
Yeah, that doesn't sound bad at all. I can't wait to go to Keramas. Last time I was there was with you at the Oakley Pro Junior.
I think you're about 16. You might have.
I was 14.
14.
Yeah.
Well, I remember you did pretty well. You took out a few bigger scalps as a wild card. So let's hope you can keep the roll going.
Yeah, I hope so. Let's go.
Any shout outs for everyone at home?
Yeah, I want to thank all my boys back on North Shore, everyone from Maui, Auntie Robin, I know you watching, my dad, everyone, love you guys.
All right, there you go. Winner of last heat, Kalani David. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Binzi. Kalani David, pretty amazing what he can do above the lip. He seems like he's just a true player in the air game. Strider Wasilewski here with Mitch Cruz and Mick Fanning. And that's
Does that count?
Italo getting a 0, but looking like a nice one.
Yeah, Kalani's incredible. He had those, as you see, Filipe, just search around, but growing up, he didn't know if he was going to be a surfer or a pro skater. He was doing X Games in the bowl and, hanging out with guys like Bucky Lassick and guys like that. And then you'd see him out in the water and he'd just be throwing humongous airs. And, he sort of... I don't know exactly where he's at these days and everything, but he's always been a favourite of mine for sure.
Yeah, super fun to watch. I think just the creativity that it brings all the way across the board, like you said, he crosses over between skating and surfing so well that they both kind of lend to themselves. I watch him skate, and he just has these sick lines through the Bonsai Skate Park in Hawaii. You're just like, wow, where did that come from? And I think it comes from surfing. I don't want to ramble on too long because Binzi is down on the beach with Yago from that last heat.
I sure am. That was the second aerial display we've seen from Yago before. Mate, impressive performance in the Quickie Pro this morning. That first punt was huge.
Yeah, that first heat was good, and I actually did better on the CT than on the Airborne. I did better airs there, but I have another chance tomorrow probably to do some bigger airs.
Tell us about last year's event, because you're the defending champion at the Red Bull Air Show, Red Bull Airborne. And what did that French event mean to you last year?
It was sick. Last year was really fun. I was stoked to win the first ever Red Bull Airborne, and I hope I can win this one again.
And how do you change your game plan between surfing a CT heat and coming out here, or does it just keep things fresh, lighten it up?
Yeah, it's good to go out and just try to do big airs and crazy tricks and then mix it up, like trying to get scores on the CT. It's always fun because you're not always like having the same mindset, trying to always get scores and never fall on your waves. You're actually going out sometimes to just try some crazy stuff.
And be honest, it's a lot more fun in the competitors area right now.
Yeah, for sure. The vibes are way more mellow than the actual CT. So there's more on the line on the CT. That's why everyone's more serious. And Red Bull Airborne, everyone has the same vibe. Everyone just wants to go big, and they're happy to see each other doing good, not only yourself.
All right, well, big day for you. You opened your account in the Quickie Pro, you opened your account in Red Bull Airborne, and you're progressing in both. Can't wait to see you surf again.
Yeah, for sure. Can't wait for tomorrow.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Yago, big day today, and, well, Binzi, thank you. I got a fan question coming in from Strider Wasilewski from Mick Fanning. Is the air something that you wanted to do, or is it something that you kind of lent yourself into because of the progression of surfing? Or would you just rather stay on the face and do big, crazy carves?
No, look, I always tried airs. You know, I go surf with Mitch and Jack, and that's pretty much all I try. And I break boards and don't actually do anything. But I was, you know, in my competitive days, I was there just to compete. And the best way, as we see Italo just do a quick spin, it was all about just getting the job done a lot of the time, and I knew where my strengths were, and it definitely was in the air. I can get up there, I just don't know how to land. I'm full kamikaze pilot.
At least you know how to leave the surface. I'm having a rough one with that. I don't have any jetpacks.
Just borrow Colin's straps.
Here we go, Italo. Riding out of it.
Yeah, so Italo's basically just warming up for his heat tomorrow, right? Because, yeah, this is a good opportunity for him to spend some time in the lineup without a million people. But, yeah, it's cool that Italo can do this event as well. Like, especially like guys like him and Filipe. These are the guys that you're really excited to see. Like, to actually see Noah, Italo, and Filipe in a heat right now is like
it's pretty
so sick.
Crazy.
It's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Matt Miola
also, yeah.
It's just incredible. Like, there's Woodsy, straight off the job site. But yeah, look, it's incredible that these guys all get to come together and show their different styles. You know, it's one of those things that you never thought would ever happen.
We got, I think Harry Bryant's down there. He's on the sand with Binzi right now. I'd love to hear from him as he was going huge out there.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. Down with the guy who did the best 2 hours of the last heat. Didn't ride out of either of them and got a 0.
Came off with a big fat 0, yeah. I went for the Hail Mary on that one. It went to video referee. Came back with a no try. But, you know, it's all about having a dig. And I actually found a couple of ramps. Just the old couldn't get the legs moving, but no, it was good fun.
Mate, when was the last time you competed before Red Bull Airborne?
God. I think I was in a beer drinking competition in Broome the other weekend, and I don't think I won that one either. Maybe a ping pong tournament in Bali the other day as well, maybe, but no, I haven't competed in a while, but it's so good having these air shows coming back now, and just giving guys like us, like the free surfers, kind of something to do and something to strive towards. And, you know, hopefully we can, you know, keep doing more of them and kind of fires everyone up to do bigger and better airs. So, yeah, it's really good for...
And how good's the atmosphere in this competitors area?
Oh,
it's not really a competitors area, is it? It's a hangout.
Mate, there's a tray over there with egg and lettuce sangers on there, which is pretty good. A few Red Bulls getting around too, which the real event, the real bloody competitors area is over in Snapper. So... But the waves are better here. So.
No worries, well, good luck in the rest of the event. Maybe stick one and get a score.
Good on you, Binzi. Thanks, mate. Thanks.
Back up to you guys.
Oh, thanks, you guys. That screen said it all with the 0 on it. I would have had him give him a 10-point ride. I thought he made it. I mean, like you said, you know, it's like everybody's got a judge on it, but I thought he made it.
Yeah, it's cool, like having Harry and these guys like participating in these events. Like, they're just such like crazy surfers, like when it comes to free surfing, and them bringing what they have into this event is so valuable. Like, Harry's an absolute legend, and hopefully we'll get to see him in a few more.
I think the characters too, because it isn't so serious as it is on tour, you know, you get to see different characters come out, and the World Wide Web get to see different surfers to go and follow now.
These are all of Harry's 0s from last heat.
Yeah, if he was so close to landing this one,
he was on fire.
Might flip the screen and use them as my new clips.
Yeah.
You get away with it. But you know what, Mick, what you were saying about the characters and getting to see all these different guys arriving on the screen, I feel like, you know, that's something hopefully that we're going to get to see more of on the WSL World Tour as well, because I think that like yourself. I mean, you are a serious competitor. Your head is down. You are a madman when it comes right down to it. And you're, you know, the kind of the screen just goes in front of you, and you don't see anybody when you're going out for a heat. But you're one of the funnest guys to hang out with. You know, you like to have a good time, and you know what's going on out there. And you know, my point is that we need to see more of that and our lifestyle as surfers and how much fun we're having. And this is an opportunity to see it, which I like.
Yeah, I think the guys like on tour, like when they're, you know, they're competing, they don't want to be seen as having way too much fun, because then people, as soon as you get in the heat, oh, you lost your heat, this is why, you know. It's like, pull it back. Like, we had Wilco on tour, who was one of the funniest characters, as we see Noz. Oh, big shin splint. You know, Wilco was hilarious. His first ever heat at Snapper, he rollerblades down, like just stuff like that. And, I think now there's too much on the line on the CT level, so you sort of, everyone pulls that back a bit and just sort of does it behind the scenes.
Yeah. I just want a camera behind the scenes a little more. I guess that's what I'm getting at. I just love our culture and what we have and everything about it, and I like to celebrate it. And I think the behind the scenes part of it is a huge part of it that, you know, hopefully we'll get to see more of this year, because we have a good time all the time.
Yeah, it's a shame Fiji isn't around anymore, because like the stuff that goes on those islands,
it's not a shame for my liver. My liver's happy about that.
Especially on the Motu, far out.
Yeah. You do your 2 weeks on Fiji, and then you go back to AA for a month.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you guys tortured me when I went to Fiji for that event.
That was standard rookie stuff, though. No, look, there are things that you can and can't do on camera.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Well, hopefully these guys do what they can do and we want to see out here right now. We heard Kalani David saying how hard it was out here, because it is kind of a crapshoot, right? You got peaks coming through all over the place, so you're rolling dice on which wave is going to be good and trying to be in the right spot. There's the Italo replay of his three, spinning right out of it, so he's obviously sitting.
Yeah, so that's the only made air so far, and there's a lot of guys in this heat, like even guys like Kale Walsh. We haven't seen him stand up yet. Obviously Filipe. Yeah, so it's already halfway through the heat, so hopefully these guys can start chipping away and landing a few small ones on the board, so they can start really sending it on the bigger air ramps. But I feel like,
in other words, you're saying to step it up.
Yeah, well, yeah, come on, boys, step it up. Yeah. But everyone's so frothing to go as big as they can, I guess, which is also really cool too.
Phil.
Oh, a little late to the party.
It's sort of like, you get over amp where, I might be totally wrong, but every time that I ever tried to get in the air, I had to be like super relaxed and calm. I don't know if these guys are the same, and if they're over amping, are they trying to spin too hard or stomp at that, you know, go through their board a little bit more? I'm not too sure, but
that was huge.
He never has trouble.
Oh, he's rapping it as well.
He's on like 10 Red Bulls always, I swear.
Yeah.
The guy, he's just thumper, pedal to the metal. It's just crazy.
He's just necking coffee when he wakes up in the morning, necks a few Red Bulls. He's just
stop,
eh?
It's pretty fun to watch, I'll tell you that.
He's incredible. Like, his stance is just like glue. Like,
would you say he's the most exciting surfer on tour?
Yeah, look, I think because he's so new, like, one of my things...
It was you.
Yeah, well, we all know that.
Here's a replay of it. Huge full rotor, little Indy in the...
How was the
like
kick to the
there.
beach? Look at the fins go out towards the beach, just up above the head, quick grab on the way down for stability, I guess. I wouldn't call that technical, though.
It was just like clean section, and he just hucked it full rotation, and that's basically, to me, the best air done this afternoon. We haven't really seen many landed. I mean, obviously Harry's, if he had got those ones stuck, but yeah, but obviously trust Italo to go out and just absolutely start sending it.
But the grab, was the grab technical or was it just to stabilize?
I think the grab was just to...
So he made it...
I don't think he grabbed. It looked like he may have just tapped his rail and just sort of like balanced himself out in the air. And his nose was facing the beach pretty early when he was coming down. So, yeah, hopefully we get to see some of the other boys get a few sections like that too.
I wonder where that score went. I mean, that was ridiculous. All right, well, we'll be back for all those scores here at Red Bull Airborne with Mick Fanning, Mitch Cruz, and myself, Strata Wasilewski.
Two dogs and two cats. My new dog is crazy. Whey, you know the whey protein? He's, you know, the pit bull? He's scary sometimes. He eat my board, I eat the tails and fins. And I like to surf sweet food. In Keramas, I did 2.5 on my last wave.
Welcome back to Red Bull Airborne. Looks like we've got the heavens dumping on us right now over at D-Bah. A lot of rain coming down. I don't think that's going to hinder the air approach. Mick Fanning and Mitch Cruz in here breaking down the action with myself. And, well, I must say, switchfoot is not an easy thing to do, and it's one of Italo's favorite things.
He's incredible at it. He's, I think he's just spent so much time going backwards that he's just learned how to do it. How was that spin? That was nuts.
Yeah. So that was the highest score of the event so far, the 7.67 he got for that, which is doubled, which gives him 15.34 for that air alone. And he's backed it up with the 4.17, so he could pretty much like wash his hands and say that could be giving him a final spot.
Yeah, it was super impressive, looking solid, and he's not done. I mean, this guy is just so out of control. His performance in Bali last year, the 10-point ride. I mean, that was just ridiculous. How perfectly he landed that first full rotation.
Yeah, when he's on, he's untouchable, and he's just one of those guys who just thrives on confidence. And when he starts getting his flow and his rhythm, might as well just walk away.
I love watching him. I love seeing him surf. Interestingly, I'm watching this heat, and Filipe Toledo, the other guy we really wanted to see do some aerials, I haven't really seen much of, as well as Matt Miola, Noah Dean. I mean, all these guys are such great surfers above the lip.
There goes Noah, a little big spin there. Yeah, just doesn't ride out. Noah is coming back from an ankle injury. He crunched it actually in France. He was supposed to compete in the France Airborne, but he did it during skating Jeremy's Wonder Factory or whatever.
Oh no!
He's got going on there. Yeah. So he's just kind of coming back, and it's great to see him back. He was surfing back Cabarita the other day, and he was stomping some massive airs, and it's just good to see that he's back, and stoked that he's surfing in this because he's epic to watch.
Well, all these guys are going to get another chance, to surf, and there'll be another 3 heats. We're going to have 3 heats today. Then the next day we run the Red Bull Airborne. We're going to have another 3 heats of the same guys, and then we're going to stack up their 4 best scores, and we'll have a leaderboard, and the top 6 will make the final.
There goes Italo again, out to the flats.
Come on.
Yeah. Such a difficult section to land too, because the explosion from when the lip come down but he just muscled his way over it. Here goes Noah again.
Does it count?
It does. I think it does. I think the one before that was Cale Walsh.
Oh, yeah, Kale, of course. Yeah, we haven't... It's a shame because Kale is unbelievable too. Like, he's a young guy that's just kind of burst onto the scene, and he does some humongous airs. Like, he's a bit of a fruitcake. So hopefully he can get a section too. Yeah.
He's pretty nuts, huh?
Yeah, and actually Miola's in this one too. He's been a bit quiet. So Filipe and Miola, unfortunately, been sleeping on him, but hopefully they get a ramp sooner or later and we can see him land something.
Is there a spot out here to sit, Mick? Or is it just defined by the day, kind of, by the moment? You're just out there searching?
Generally, like in a south swell like this, anything from just south of the middle track, sort of in line with the toilet tower. South down, north towards Lovers. That's usually the spot, unless there's an off the wall bank. But Lovers is known for the steeper sections, known for where the best barrels are, and so yeah, I would be aiming down there.
Right. Always fun to get the breakdown, because I never know where to go when I come down to the beach.
It's weird.
Here.
There's always seemed to be like two predominant peaks at D-Bar. Like, there's always the off the wall bank that you could. There's usually a right there. Oh, that was sick. Filipe just popping a little chop hoppy air out of the lip, but I think that'll count. Like, it won't be a big score, but it should count. At least he's on the board.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Yeah, so off the wall's kind of always got that right. And then there's the middle peak that usually goes through a bit of moods, but here's a replay of Felipe's. Yeah, he kind of landed on the other wave coming back there, but hopefully they give him something for that. It's a make.
Well, he's definitely going to get a score on the board, and if I did that, I'd be riding home. I'd be waking people up. I left the surface. Binzy's down on the beach right now with Finn McGill.
2017 World Junior Champ, and everyone keeps coming up and going, dude, that was a sick barrel before, and you're super bummed because it's an air show. What's happening?
Yeah, I came in like pretty bummed I didn't make an air, but then everyone was like, man, you got a good barrel. Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool to come in from a heat and hearing that, but it's an air show, so.
You didn't get a score for it, did you?
No.
Tell us about the boards you're riding, because they look kind of more like tube boards. They're pinny and racier and a little bit longer.
Yeah, that was just a test. Like, me and Dan Mann, he's a shaper for Slater Designs, kind of were testing different shapes and all that. And it somehow, I rode it at Rocky Lefts one day and it worked for air, so I brought it here if it was big and out of control, and it kind of was today, so it works.
You're a fixture around the comps. You've done the juniors, you've won the pipe trials. You're in all the North Shores and the QSs. What's this vibe like around this event?
It's like awesome. Like, I mean, it's awesome. You just all talk and hang out. No one's serious. No one's has their headphones on trying to avoid you, and you're like, everyone's joking around and being classic. Yeah.
Epic. All right. Well, good luck tomorrow when we resume. Back up to you guys in the box.
All right, Binzy. We got it. It's a good time down there. But it's not as comfortable as it is in here, I think. I don't know. I'm pretty cozy.
Yeah, we're avoiding the rain squalls, that's for sure.
Wind, wet sand, nah.
Here goes Noah. He's trying to find a right, but yeah, it looks like it's pretty tough out there. It's kind of that rip running through the middle of the lineup, but maybe the tide's kind of coming in. It might settle down a bit, and hopefully tomorrow it kind of figures itself out too.
I got a question for you guys. Who did you guys see as last year doing the best air?
It's got to be Filipe in Brazil doing that humongous thing to the
backside rotator.
Yeah, but then again, Italo's won it. Not comp?
No, just all in the world.
Oh, Noah's there at North Point.
The North Point one.
Down.
I wanted to bring Noah up just in a general sense. The guy's going super fast, and he's always looks like, I mean, he's literally going faster than you think, but he looks like he's going slow. He's got so much flow in his surfing, and then he's just like, it almost looks like slow motion, like that one at North Point. Comes out of the bowl and then flies that huge air. It's like unbelievable to watch that guy surf. I mean, it's just in his blood.
Yeah, definitely. He's the son of one of the local heroes around here, Wayne Dean. Rest in peace, Wayne. But he grew up on snapper, just doing the same thing. You know, him and Mitch Parko were pretty much rivals growing up, and then Mitch sort of went in the contest scene, and Noah just cruised around. He just surfed snapper, and then he just snuck off for a little while, and then he came out with this incredible movie part, and everyone's just like, is this the same kid? Like, he's just blew everyone away.
Yeah, Noah's always walked to his own beat. Like, he's him, you know, like, and I think that's so awesome about him. That part he put out, Head Noise, was like, you know, all the stuff he did in Hawaii. He was charging like massive backdoor and pipe, and then obviously those airs. Yeah, he's unbelievable, and like hopefully we get to see way more of that, which we will, you know, like. So yeah, good on him.
Yeah, I'm super impressed with that North Point performance, and I think that wave just lends itself. I mean, you've got that end section just waiting for you every time.
Yeah, it sort of started back in the Model Collective days. I received Filipe here looking for a little ramp.
Oh,
wow, that was nice. He just fix his earrings?
Yeah, I think he was going, did I hear anybody? Anybody say, did you say something? Like, what?
It's like he had a gutful and he just thought, you know what, I'm just going to land something now. Because he kind of had a bit of a rough heat, and yeah, he stuck that thing. That's going to be a pretty good score too.
I mean, I kind of feel like these kind of heats can warm him up for the World Tour heats. You get some confidence coming away from this kind of stuff, right?
For sure. Like, even just seeing what the ocean's doing a little bit more, and it just builds confidence. Look, he's practicing his turns now. He's done 50 airs.
What the?
Double shove.
He's epic.
What a fruit
What
cake.
has that kid got in his veins right now? He's just, I mean, you said it earlier, Mick. Once he gets going, you just can't stop him.
Can't stop him. He's like he's got straps on, and just his stance. Like, it's so neutral. That's the thing about Italo, is that he's so neutral, that he's never either front-footed or back-footed. He's always just so centered over his board, and I think that's why he stomps so much.
Yeah, you go on his Instagram right now, you'll see him in his living room with no fins on his board doing one of those, but he doesn't stick it.
And he's probably got a pot of
himself.
coffee. Just like
he just sticks it out here. Oh my gosh.
Just smashing Timmy Patterson's boards.
He is on the ground. Just he's on fire. Well, I think you were talking about the tide filling through and it kind of settling down a bit.
There's Kale. Oh, he just got caught there. His back foot slipped off. It would have been cool to see him right out of that and get on the board. There's only 40 seconds left, but
all you need is one to catch the wave, right?
Here comes someone on the right here. Thomas Woods. Oh, he just missed the grab. That was that wind kind of playing a factor too, like blowing his board out of his hands. Like, you got to get that grab early with the wind at your back, because otherwise your board's just going to fly away.
Well, we'll see if we can get at least one more ride in as this thing is winding down the end of this Heat 2 here at Red Bull Airborne. I cannot imagine even just sticking one of those airs or a shove it. I would just be so excited. I mean, I can't, like, it's just not even in my wheelhouse.
Shove it's the worst things on earth. They just take your shins off every time.
There he is.
Go, Mitch.
Oh, yeah. Mate, that's better than me.
I didn't know you were in the heat.
Mate, I'll be stoked with that, Rio.
Well, that was fun. And, well, we're going to have more action coming up. At last heat, Heat 3. These guys just ripping into it. Ronnie Blakey's going to come in for that one.
You're watching the first round of the Red Bull Airborne event. Ronnie Blakey with Mitch Cruz and Mick Fanning running through this last heat of the first qualifying round. Aton Osborne taking off there, not finding much height, but enjoying what the world's best aerialists are bringing to the party this afternoon. Tricky conditions here at Duranbar, fellas. But this has been a lot of fun. It's fun to see, Mick. I heard you talking about it, seeing these guys with the jersey on in that high-pressure situation of having to stomp a big move in just a compacted window.
Yeah, it's crazy to see. Like, you see him free surfing all the time. You see him putting these amazing clips together, and you're like, oh, I'd love to see him under a pressing situation. I think first heat, they're probably over-amped, as Mitch would say, just a bit horny. But this guy is one of my favourites of all time. This guy, yeah, it's awesome just to see him in that situation and just seeing what they can do under the pump.
Yeah, Chipper Wilson we just saw there, just attempting a little varial, didn't quite stick it, but he has been on fire lately. His movie Octopus #4 actually just won an award here, the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame Awards last night. Jack Freestone's out there at the moment in that red jersey.
Birthday boy.
Yeah, the birthday boy. Here we go, and in the white, this is Mateus Herdy. Didn't have much of a heat here, so this is a good opportunity for him here in the Red Bull Airborne to reset, but such an exciting young talent. Cruzy, you've obviously seen a fair bit of his surfing on the QS over the last couple of years. He's come on.
Yeah, he was first. I seen him in Virginia Beach in like ankle-high waves in like a 3,000. He was just punting airs every heat. And then I'm pretty sure he ended up getting second in Haleiwa, which is kind of funny to think. Oh my gosh.
So some big attempts being thrown out there. And that was Kobe Perkovic, but didn't quite stick that one.
That was Reef, I think.
Yeah, Reef Hazelwood.
Oh, it was Reef in the green. My apologies. But yeah, Reef's been on fire. He's been launching some of the loftiest airs I think we've seen in the last few months. It's been a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, he sent social media into spin during the Hawaii season in November, December, and then the one he just posted the other day when he signed with his new sponsor Havaianas, that one was pretty incredible too. The double air.
Yeah, he went pretty loony in the trials too. He had a 10, a 9, 2, and then he threw away a 9. All one air maneuvers. Maybe, hopefully, he didn't like use up all his juice.
Peak too early
for now. But
he's got more to give, mate. And as long as that southerly wind's still blowing and there's some lefts out there, Reefer Hazelwood could go a long way in the draw here at the Quicksilver Pro. But at the moment, he's focused on getting through this first qualifying round. But right now, let's check in with Chris Binns. He's found one of the performers here in the Red Bull Airborne event.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ronnie. Down here with Italo Ferreira, who just put on the kind of clinic that we'd expect. Having fun out there, mate?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun out there with the other boys, you know, Filipe and Matt. Matt is one of my favorite surfers on tour, so it was pretty fun. And I found a couple walls and I did big airs, you know, but it's so hard because it's a lot of sets and it's hard to find a wave, but I'm glad to got a couple, yeah.
And we saw you drop a couple of shove-its in the mix. Technical surfer out there, Chipper Wilson. What do you think of his surfing?
Yeah, I did different maneuvers, you know, like a big spins and shove it, but I think it's the best on the left. Yeah, it's a couple big ramps and good to go big, and I'm so excited to surf again.
I've got to ask you, mate, you have the best Instagram account in surfing. You just put out bangers every week. Please tell me you're holding some stuff for a movie one day.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to do a movie with Albie, Matt, Clay, Mick, maybe. So you guys invite.
You hear that, Mick?
Yeah, and yeah, I have a lot of fun in the last couple months, you know, and I did some fun clips and a lot of surf, and yeah, it was pretty fun.
I think everything about your act is fun, mate. We enjoyed just watching you then, and good luck with the rest of the event. Quicksilver Pro and Red Bull Airborne.
Thank you so much, guys. See you.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Bitsy. Yeah, Italo, know, not only is he sort of one of the most progressive surfers above the lip, he's starting to do some stuff out on the open face too, which is really different. We just saw just a little clip that he dropped the other day. It was like a cutback into a 360, but just so bizarre the way he approached it. Just really contorting his body in different ways and just being really creative with everything he does.
Yeah, he manages to make any form of conditions look fun too. Like in all his like Instagram edits, he'll be surfing knee high to double overhead, and he's just absolutely destroying waves, and he's got so much bloody energy that like you just freak out how he always has that intensity when he's surfing.
100%. Well, 23 and a half minutes to go here.
That's Kobe Perkovic. He's local boy from Tugun. He's over it. At least he got something on the board.
Yeah, I don't think it'll register too big with the judges. We heard Josh Kerr earlier on saying, you know, they're judging each air individually. It's not whole rides, so 2 airs isn't going to kind of double your score. So they'll be pretty critical with that one. They want to see these guys go big. There's been a lot of talk just about the technical aspect, getting a little trickier, trying different grabs. But for me, the formula for a good air is pretty simple. The bigger the better. You know, it doesn't matter if you grab or not if you are launching, you know, 18 feet above the roof of the wave. And, you know, that sounds ridiculous, but we are starting to see some airs get up, you know, double overhead.
Well, yeah, that air Reef got his 10 on yesterday in the trials. That was just a no-grab straight air, and he managed to tweak the air without grabbing, which is really, like, difficult. This section was so crazy. See, he just hucks it straight into the wind, but the landing is just not friendly at all. Like, it's good to see him having a good, honest crack.
I know exactly what you're saying, though, about that air that he did yesterday. Reef's definitely got the ability to kind of bone out his airs without having to grab the rail and push the back foot out. He's just able to just make that very slight transition in the sky.
Here goes old Stoney Aoni coming up the section here. Oh, and he's just falls, yeah. And there's Aton behind him, just doesn't make it. But yeah, it's Big Stoney's birthday today. So yeah, 27. Happy birthday, brother. You're not going to hear this because you're in the water. But
yeah. He won't watch the replay though.
See you, mate.
100%. He's going through everything after the event.
Yeah, he's dissecting why he didn't make that out. But yeah, he's got his little fam going now, little Banks. Hopefully they're down there watching him. But yeah, Jack just, this is a pretty scary looking section here. He really hucked it out, and when he falls down on his back there, it's kind of like an opportunity to potentially like lay down, and maybe the wave that will push him back onto his board. It's kind of a safe way to absorb the shock. If you stay over your board, there's a good chance you can really hurt yourself. Here goes Reef again, a little straighty. Oh,
tweaked it out. Really tough. No transition there to come down on, so a really hard landing. But I think probably the master at the aerial recovery was one of Australia's aerial pioneers, Dave Nelson, back in the day. He would land airs basically in the whitewater laying flat, and somehow he just flow through the whitewater and eventually pop up. So big props to Dave Nelson. He inspired a generation of aerialists here in Oz, including Josh.
He did.
Saw him just recently.
Did you? How's he going?
I think he's been in the air for a while, but he is surfing. He is surfing again, which is fantastic.
That's great.
So hopefully he can get back in shape, and who knows, maybe get himself back on the Red Bull Airborne series.
For sure, yeah. He was sort of like, it was like Dave Nielsen and Aussie Wright back in the day, inspiring the new air guys coming up.
Well, I know Dave, along with Christian Fletcher, inspired Aussie. And obviously a lot of the guys who aren't doing the championship tour or the qualifying series, especially the free surfing guys, definitely look to Aussie for sort of creative inspiration, because he does take different lines. Would have been great to see him in the comp.
Oh, it would have been all time.
Yeah, Aussie is just like the he's like a kind of a guru, kind of in the same categories like Slater and Dorian and stuff almost. There's Kobe, a little chop hop. And yeah, it looks like that wave's going to, he's going to comp out on it, but yeah, no section for him, unfortunately. But yeah, it's cool that Aussie's always stayed true to himself, and it's like pretty awesome. Like, I've always kind of looked up to him for that. So yeah, it's a shame we didn't get to see him do the comp. That would have been really cool.
Maybe a wild card in Bali.
Yeah.
Could be.
Start the hashtag, people. Put Aussie in.
Reeve Hazelwood. He is looking really good this year. Jack Freestone. I mean, Jack's really works hard on other parts of his surfing, but one thing he's always had is amazing variation with his aerials, even as a junior. In fact, I think it was the semi-final in his first World Junior year, his first World Junior title year. In the semis, he had a heat where he was throwing basically a different grab on every air that he landed. And he had a massive heat score total. I think it was a near perfect heat. He had a 10 and maybe a 997.
Wow. Yeah, Jack's incredible. He's this year he fell off tour and then he's back, as we see Mateus Herdy here. It's a nice little spin. Nice. Put her on the board.
Yeah, that was just a little backside air reverse. Get something on the board. It won't go too high, but at least he's got the confidence. He made one. So now he can start looking for that bigger section. But
yeah, back to Jack. He's been in incredible form leading up to this contest. Been surfing a little bit together and a
couple of heats.
No heats. I retired.
Yeah. I thought you might have just been helping him get prepared for the first event.
No, I was just. Chipper, that was sick.
Love Chipper's style above the lip.
He's
so unique. He's another guy who. There's just an expression, a creative expression in every wave he rides.
For sure. For me, he's the most technical air guy, and he's got these. It's like he's got rubber knees. For an air guy, you'd think he would just buckle his knees out, with his knock knee style, and he just always seems to land. It's incredible.
Yeah, we're so lucky to have him in the comp too. He's probably in that, top in the world at airs. Like, he's got to be up either the best or up there, be tight battle between him and John and Filipe, I guess. But
he's regarded by the best aerialists in the world, isn't he? He's the guy that they kind of look to and go, whoa, the stuff he's doing is kind of a step ahead technically. And man, he's really started to get some height as well as that technical stuff. So dropping some amazing clips and stomping a good one here. So this should get him well up the leaderboard here.
Yeah, that was a really big section too, and he's just gone straight out. It wasn't up, it was like out. And see where the splash comes under his board. He was perfectly centered as the rebound of the lip come up and managed to absorb the shock as he landed. So yeah, that should be a pretty big score. Probably I'm not sure if it was as big as Italo's one though.
I really love having the event. The main reason I love having this event associated with World Championship Tour stops is it's giving the judges the opportunity to rub shoulders with the best aerialists and get a new take on the criteria when it comes to airs. Chipper again looking for a section there, but there's so many different variations, and sometimes I think the criteria tends to have a bit of a checkbox for what a high scoring air should look like, and typically it's like, how high did he go? Did he rotate enough in the sky? And what kind of air reverse was it? Because that's a really common air, whereas Chipper wasn't really trying to go for height then. He was going for projection out onto the flats, and that's probably more difficult in some cases. So it's forcing them to really pay attention to just what kind of moves these guys are going for.
Yeah, for sure. It's great to see the two head judges in Patamo and Luli in there judging, and alongside Shane Besh. I know Kersey, when he was on tour, he had a few meetings with the judges and just sort of helped them understand what actually is a great air compared to a good air. And I think they're starting to get pretty close to the actual right scores from now on.
I think they've always done a great job of it, but it's something that we just definitely need to keep refining as aerial surfing evolves. Josh, in giving back to surfing. He has definitely been putting in the work. He came out here early. He was here for the trials, and he even sat with some of the judges, domestic judges, for the trials of this event, and they got a lot from it. I chatted to a few of them, and they said that Josh oversaw all the judging. There was actually a head judge in place there, and he just sort of explained the intricate details that were on show in each of the heats, and as a result, the criteria was sort of evolving and the scores were evolving as they moved through the trials event.
There goes Chip again. He's found a little corner down the beach there by himself. He seems to be picking up a lot. But yeah, like some airs may not look as gnarly as others, but
like mine.
Yeah, you know, mate. Like, yeah, your ones are really gnarly.
Wheelies have kind of come back, actually, Mick.
Yeah.
In a big way.
Sick.
I think between the three of us, you know, we've got at least a combined 6-foot air done this year, and Cruzy, you've been responsible for about 5.5 feet of it.
100%.
And I was responsible for the rest.
Jumping off the stand dunes.
Yeah, just jumping, nearly sliding down the wet hill at D-Bar today.
Mate,
really got in the air.
But the one thing that I really want to see more of is big reward for straight airs, no grab. And I feel like that's kind of sometimes been overlooked because it's sort of thought that the rotation adds an element of difficulty. But I don't know, Cruzy, what do you think? Is a spin harder than a straight air or easier?
It depends, I think. Like, obviously there's your stock standard air reverse, which can be like hucked into the wind, and if it's hucked out, it's actually quite easy. It's not like, you see a lot of people doing it now, and like even you look at some of the Grom comps, like everyone's got it in their repertoire now. So when someone comes and hits a section with speed and goes straight up in the air and manages to tweak an air but not rotate or anything, it's actually kind of quite difficult.
AKA Reef yesterday.
Yeah, Reef got rewarded for that big straight air, no grab too, but it's actually quite hard. There's Kobe doing a little alley-oop there. Doesn't look like he's that pumped, but yeah, like I don't think we still got a bit of room to grow with surfing. I think, like, don't want to get too technical, calling things like snowboard maneuvers or whatever, but just keeping it simple and you know, obviously Albion that are doing 720s and stuff, but yeah, it's those straight airs that are so refreshing to see.
Yeah, I love it. I think definitely the height is the key to getting a big number if you're going to do a straight air, but if you can bone that air out like Reef Hazelwood's starting to do, you know, Noah Dean does huge straight airs where he really pushes the tail out, extending that back leg. I think that's got to be kind of regarded as the more difficult air now. When you get the kind of height that those guys get out of the pocket.
And landing in the transition too. Like, there goes Aton just sticking a little backside air reverse. Like, you watch what that air Italo did at Keramas. He did the backside air reverse perfectly and landed with speed back into the transition and then rattled off like multiple backside Rios.
I was counting, I think it was 43 turns after that.
Yeah,
and,
so
it was only 15 metres of wave left, so it was pretty impressive. But we're going to take a quick break here. Things are changing on the leaderboard here at the Red Bull Airborne event. More to come in just a moment. You're watching Red Bull Airborne. Ronnie Blakey here with Mitch Cruz and Mick Fanning. And we are watching 6 of the best try and launch themselves into the top end of the leaderboard here. Italo's firmly hanging on to the #1 spot at the moment. He's amassed a pretty healthy heat score total, 20.51. Chipper Wilson has moved up to second spot. He's been strong so far. He's got a great strike rate. And even though he hasn't found a big ramp yet, he's been able to flick that board out onto the flats. Here he goes again. And, well, almost nose dives, or tail dives, I should say, trying to complete that rotation. But there's some surfers out there who are still a really good chance at climbing up to the top end of the leaderboard here. Reef Hazelwood, he hasn't stuck one just yet. So waiting for him to make a move, but pretty good success rate for the competitors out there at the moment. Aton Osborne making a charge. Really love his surfing. Kind of just came from nowhere in the past couple of years. Really sort of made his presence known over there at the Stab event over there in Texas. That was huge.
Yeah, what did he win? He won the highest there, yeah?
Yeah, and he just had such a good strike rate. He just planted so many tricks, and it kind of got everyone talking, and continued to do well competitively on the QS as well. So he's kind of well-rounded. As we see Reef just struggling to find that ramp. Amazing how good guys are becoming at launching airs without an oncoming section. You know, using the pocket to actually get above the lip. Not successful on that occasion, though.
No. Yeah, like Reef's incredible. I think it's pretty amazing to see. He's been pretty vocal about how he's been using the high performance center, the trampolines and everything, and training down there to do big airs like this and be able to know where he is, his awareness and stuff like that, and be able to stomp them. So yeah, that's pretty cool to see that people are actually working specifically on that.
And some of these you know, traditional aerial surfers would just kind of turn their nose up at that. They'd be saying, oh, you can't trampoline into the foam pit, yuck.
Yeah, but, I think Chipper would probably turn his nose up at that. But I think, yeah, some of it, parts of it would be beneficial for sure. Like having the opportunity to spin and try and be aware of your landing and do it over and over again is really beneficial. But also, like, just trying airs in the lineup, you know, like if you have the right conditions and, you know, it's windy and onshore, which is like ideal conditions for doing airs now, you just hucking stuff into the wind, sooner or later will potentially stick.
Well, Chipper just spring loaded as he hops over to that next section. Just didn't have the momentum to get up into the sky though. 6 minutes to go here. Yeah, I think most of these guys are more comfortable in a mosh pit than a foam pit. That's where they do their training. But there's no arguing with it. This guy's doing some of the biggest airs at the moment. And, you know, I think that even though he's very proficient, he's really got his sights set on a championship tour spot. So working down at the HPC, you know, working on airs is just a bonus. He's looking to become an all-round competitor, as we see Mateus Herdy there, and completing a nice little backside air reverse.
And it's a huge addition to his game, you know, like been seeing Reef around for the last couple of years, and I actually didn't know he had an air game until just the last few months, and it's just like he just blew people out of the water with some of the things he's doing. So it definitely does help, just that familiarity with it all. And you're seeing kids go down there and get whipped in behind the ski down there at HPC, and they're just coming out with like mad little edits. it's awesome because they're sticking them on like every 1 to 2.
For sure, yeah. Well, it's a training facility just south of here, and a lot of people utilising that. A lot of young Aussie surfers utilising it. You know, I guess the training for some of these other guys is skateboarding. You know, even though they're probably not thinking of their airs when they're having a skate, you know, they're actually going through the motions, put your body in the similar positions, Technically, if you try and flips or shove it, it's
yeah,
know,
a few of these
practice.
guys are really good skateboarders, you know, like I know Harry's a great skateboarder. Kalani's obviously an amazing skateboarder. Noah spends a lot of time skateboarding as well. So like having that like awareness on such a small board surely has to help with landing airs on a surfboard. Like here goes Mateus, he's got a bit of a section. He's been really consistent. He's just sort of landed a bunch of smaller little backside airs, but it's cool that he's got on the board because not many people have completed much today. So yeah, he must be feeling pretty confident that he's on the board. Here goes Stoney.
Mateus has sort of played the full competitive game, hasn't he? He's kind of stuck a couple of little ones, built momentum, and then planted something bigger. Whereas some of the other guys just seem like, you know what, I'm not going to put a number on the board unless it's a big one.
Yeah.
I'm only going to go huge.
And that's what we want, really.
Oh, that's what
we just want to
wants.
see him send it and land.
Well, here we go. This is...
Oh, that was huge. Oh.
Kobe, he's done very well to get himself up into the top 5. We'll see if he can hang on to that spot. 3 minutes to go here. So a Tugan boy getting the call up and making good use of the opportunity.
Yeah, a couple Tugan boys. We've got Kobe, we've got Jack. Bloody fantastic, mate.
Got Mitch.
We got Mitch. Sitting here. We got Mick, nearly.
Did you compete?
Belinga.
Did you try the trials out?
Mate, I sort of try and stick to the face.
Come
now.
on. Now?
Yeah. Well, I broke both my ankles, one last year and the year before, trying airs. So I just do cutties.
Mitch is one of the grittiest performers that we've ever seen on the QS, mate. Your story's incredible. I remember meeting you when you were a grommet and you got diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis and still managed to qualify for the championship tour. That was a hell of a battle that you had.
Yeah, it was a pretty humbling experience for sure. I was only 19 when I got told. I still live with it today, but I kind of have deleted it out of my mind. I mean, I take medication for it, but yeah, it's something that I've just like has sort of become a part of me. I don't really think about it too much, but yeah, it basically just drove me to create the path that I wanted to create. I always wanted to be surfing with the best, and when I qualified for the tour, it was like the best feeling in the world. So yeah, it was pretty cool, and I'm pretty fortunate to be able to still travel and surf with everyone, and I love to compete still now. So yeah, I'm just enjoying myself.
Mate, that's awesome. And obviously still chasing the odd QS. And the reason that we have you in here is that we know that, you know, title campaigns, QS campaigns, you know, it's really rare to see someone break through to the championship tour without an aerial game, an aerial act these days. It kind of all hedges on how you perform in Hawaii if you don't have airs. And that puts the pressure right on you.
Yeah, it's a whole different game out there these days. You know, you get guys that are suited wholeheartedly to the QS system because they've got such a strong air game, and then they might struggle on the CT where probably the waves are a little bit different, and then vice versa. You know, you got guys that will struggle on the QS because they don't have that air game, but then perform really well on the CT. Like, you know, Wade Carmichael's a perfect example. You know, so it's a hard one, really.
Well, Eitan just trying to finish this one off well. He did get himself a couple of numbers. Things getting pretty interesting here as we count this one down. Reef Hazelwood was really quiet, never actually stuck an air, so he'll be pretty disappointed with that as Eitan makes his way in. But a solid heat performance there from Chris Chipper Wilson. Looking very sharp. And the local boy, we'll have to call him, Kobe, stepping up.
On you, Kobe. Be happy, mate.
Jack Freestone only managed to stomp one air. He did get a number on the board, just a 3.6. So sort of sitting in the middle of the pack. We'll get an opportunity to see these competitors again in the second qualifying round. But right now we're going to hear from one of the competitors with Chris Binns.
Yep, down here with Reef Hazelwood, mate. Bit tricky there, but yesterday in the trials, you won the trials and you could have almost won Red Bull Airborne in the one swoop.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun yesterday, and it really psyched me up for today. Tricky conditions out there, just really hard to find like a good ramp. It's like so wedgy, it's like almost doing it, but not quite. So yeah, just come back down whenever they run next, and you know, I'm really keen to you know, give everyone a run for their money in the one block.
How cool is it pulling on the Rashi and sharing the water with Chipper, Jack Freestone, Italo Osborne, all those guys?
Yeah, no, it was so sick. Everyone was just having fun out there. Even though some of us weren't getting revs and stuff, it was a really cool dynamic and really fun and just so sick. Everyone was just like kind of revving to go and revving to push each other. So yeah, it was sick.
Epic. Well, congrats on winning the trials, and you know, that was fun just then. We'll see you surf again in Red Bull Airborne tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Back up to you guys.
Good on you, Binzy. Reef Hazelwood, he's had a great day despite the fact that he didn't stick an air in that first qualifying round. But let's bring up the Jeep leaderboard. The Red Bull Airborne leaderboard, I should say. And Italo Ferreira, no surprises, guys. This guy is probably the best aerialist on earth at the moment. And he was really solid, great strike rate in his first qualifying performance here. And Chipper Wilson also getting right up to the top end.
Yeah, it's amazing. You see the top five, and you wouldn't exclude any of them out. But there's guys like Noah Dean, Matt Miola, Filipe Toledo, who haven't really stuck something that they're well known for. So I'm really excited for the next couple of rounds for this.
Yeah, it's going to be fun watching that second round unfold. I think we could see a big change up on the Red Bull Airborne leaderboard. It's a big day here at the Quicksilver and Boost Mobile Pro. It's about to get even bigger above the lip. This is the Red Bull Airborne Series. The second qualifying heat is about to get underway. We're going to see all our competitors hit the lineup once again, looking to launch a couple of monster aerials and perhaps qualify for just the second ever Red Bull Airborne event. Ronnie Blakey with a former championship tour competitor, a man that has been known in the past just a few times to go up and above the lip. It's Mitch Cruz. Cruzy, great to see you, brother.
Yeah, great to see you too.
This is going to be a lot of fun, isn't it? Because yesterday, I don't think conditions could have been much tougher for the guys. Somehow we still managed to see a couple of pretty exceptional airs, but we're expecting more.
Yeah, it's kind of figured itself out from yesterday. It's a bit smaller and it's not so onshore. It's kind of cross offshore a bit, like into the lefts again. So, yeah, like we're going to see something massive go down hopefully today.
Felt like yesterday, guys, you know, because these guys can actually adapt to changing wind directions these days. There was a time where you needed kind of like an onshore wind to stick your board to your feet. These days, the surfers are so good at whipping their board around, flipping it into whatever direction the wind is blowing to get some airs done. And they kind of had to go to those kind of moves yesterday.
Yeah, like we've seen only a handful actually made yesterday, and it was pretty consistent on what was made. It was on a left, into the wind. Italo landed that big front side rotation and also chip out a couple nice ones as well. So I think it'll be pretty similar today. If anyone can pull something up on the rights though, I reckon that'd be a pretty massive score.
All right, so you know, there's going to be rewards from the judging panel. We've got 3 judges on the panel. Expert panel, we've got former world number 2, Shane Beshan, who really did introduce aerials into competitive surfing way back in the day. He's on the panel along with Pratamo, who's the head judge, Pratamo, Adrian, and also Luli. And these guys are both great surfers in their own right, so they know what they're looking for. Here we go. We've got the surfer in yellow up at the moment. Great lineup
Matt Miola.
In this first heat. Matt Miola, he's definitely just sort of one of the more experimental guys. I think Matt, his MO for most of the years he goes for is to get completely inverted. Upside down is kind of the order when it comes to Miola.
Yeah, he's landed, you know, arguably some of the best airs ever done. He did that stupid flippity spinity thing that I don't even know what he called it. It was like the spindle flip, I think it was, and he landed the first one that was classified a non-make because he was that frothing, he was claiming it, but it was obviously a make. So he had to go and land another one and confirm that he made it. But it's going to be cool to see him punt a few.
Let's check out the format here. The event consists of the two. And they get the opportunity to surf twice. We saw them yesterday. Some guys didn't even log a score, which was very surprising to see when you look at some of the competitors that didn't successfully complete an aerial yesterday. So they're going to have to bounce back in a big way. We'll bring up the leaderboard for you in just a moment. But the formula for the final is pretty simple, isn't it? Big air is going to get you the victory, and there's some serious prize money up for grabs. We'll have the architect for the Red Bull Airborne series in here at some stage, Josh Kerr, to talk us through the prize money breakdown. But the criteria there, Cruzy,
yeah,
pretty obvious. Completion.
Yeah, it's great to have this platform for the surfers to get creative, you know, like you're going to get rewarded for trying new stuff and kind of things that, you know, you wouldn't really try in a normal heat. Here goes old Stoney.
Yeah, Jack Freestone. I think in the past we've seen his airs in championship to in competition a little bit, but I think 2019 he's going to really look to bring it to the party a bit more often, and he's going to have to do it in the Red Bull Airborne series because you can't win if you don't.
Yeah, Jack's this year, you know, he's on new equipment. He's really got this new like fire in the gut, so he's really been going hard. Here goes Finn. He's getting close to the wall.
Well,
they're sitting really close to the wall, which is kind of weird. Like the left shouldn't be. Maybe it's the angle of the camera or something making it look like they're really close.
Yeah, it might be. But I know what you're saying. You just don't really find that steep section heading into that deeper water right next to the wall there. That's what these guys are after. They are really surfing really close. So launching a big air there is going to be kind of dodgy. Might find yourself
maybe he's looking
coming
for
down on
extra
some rocks.
bonus points.
Trying to get critical. Here we go. So the man in white.
That was a groovy high line right there.
Mateus Herdy,
big
who
wrap.
He blitzed his second round heat in the Quicksilver Pro, but he's going to have to keep launching, getting above the lip. He did pretty well in the qualifying round yesterday, Mateus. Landed one really solid air for a 7.2, also had a 3-point ride. But I just think that the criteria, or I should say the scale, it was almost charitable yesterday because it was so difficult to find good air sections. So I think today we're going to see much bigger airs laid down and probably guys pushing it technically a little harder as well.
Yeah, I spoke to Jack yesterday afternoon after his heat, and he said it was just so hard out there. He just felt like he was just getting washed around, but it's definitely sorted itself out a lot more today. So, yeah, and getting the opportunity to watch Italo and Chipper, who already have some scores on the board, is good too. You know, like they're going to be able to go way bigger because they've got that little comfort zone knowing that they've landed something, they got an opportunity to go for the final, so they could stick something way bigger and get a huge score to get that.
So true. Spot. Yeah, you have a look at the numbers. Strategically, they're not thinking, well, I'll land something small, I'll get a couple of numbers, maybe I'll get myself into a position to qualify for the final. They're not doing that. They're just saying, okay, well, if I'm going to up the ante, or if I'm going to guarantee my place in the final, you know, I'm going to have to put my body on the line and really throw something big. And I guess that brings up an interesting point. You know, you mentioned yesterday, Mitch, you know, aerials, yes, you still go for them occasionally, but after blowing 2 ankles out and walking around with cankles basically for a couple of years, you're opting to keep the board on rail a little more these days?
Yeah, my first ankle break was at Keramas doing just a stock standard air reverse, and it was more just like training my brain to get used to landing again. Oh, Mateus has got a bit of speed and no dice. Yeah, it was more just training my brain to get used to absorbing it again. And then once I got comfortable, you know, landing again, I did the other one in America, doing an air on a knee-high wave. But yeah, it's a weird process trying to get back. Like, I was talking to Noah about it also, and he's just starting to stick big airs again. And yeah, so it is pretty gnarly. That's the price you got to pay if you are doing these airs. Like, you're going to get pretty hurt. There goes Matt right near the wall.
Yeah, really pushing it, surfing right up against the rock wall there. As you can see, the competitors who collected points yesterday still have those numbers to improve on from that first round. Mateus Herdy, he's got a pretty healthy heat score total already. He wants to get rid of that 3. The 7.2 is a great number, one that's probably going to give him a good chance of getting into the final, as we see the replay here of Matt Miola.
Yeah, he had a really nice ramp. It's just, it looked like there was a bit of a ridge there that kind of maybe made his foot slip off his board, but I think he's seen something over there right near the wall, and he might chip away. We'll get a lot of opportunities over there at least. Here goes Jack, little chop up. Oh, little big spin there. Nice stone.
Yeah, Jack's really technical, isn't he? Always able to vary up his grabs. He's one of those guys that doesn't struggle with the stale fish, which is, you know, for some people it's an easy grab. For a lot of people, they struggle with it.
Yeah, Jack's kind of like a rubber man. He can, like, get into all weird... For a big, tall bloke, he's like an elastic man. He can fit into small spots. But, yeah, here he just shoves it around. And, yeah, that's cool. That'll get him a little score on the board. Hopefully we'll get to see him hit something a bit bigger. And that's Mitch Parkinson. He's getting exploded there. But yeah, Jack's air game is some of the best in the world. Like, he's so consistent as well. Like, you'll watch him in any free surf, and he's landing more than he's trying. So his completion rate is way higher. So that's what makes him, you know, stand out as a really good air guy, and anyone stand out as an amazing air guy.
So we've got a couple of local boys in the mix here at the moment. Mitch Parkinson, we just saw him, Joel's younger cousin. And this man, Noah Dean, who grew up surfing the points here at Snapper, has obviously spent a lot of time out here at D-Bar as well. I think it's pretty fair to say that Noah Dean's been putting out the kind of clips over the past couple of years that rival any of the best surfers in the world. He has landed some of the biggest airs we've ever seen.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. Like, his previous video that we spoke about yesterday, Head Noise, was he kind of dropped that and just shocked a lot of people, you know, especially with his Hawaii stuff, but then also that huge alley-oop he stomped at North Point. Noah's really someone that's great. Here goes Finn. Oh, he just kind of got caught.
I was just going to jump in there and say that, you know, so many of these aerial surfers are also incredibly strong big wave surfers as well, and there seems to be just a relationship between the two things. These guys, obviously, it takes a certain amount of guts to really throw yourself out into the flats or try and stick an air on a big wave.
They're kind of mongrels.
But they go for it in the big stuff as well.
They're like cannonball blokes, just throw themselves around in big stuff, small stuff.
Well, look at the lineup we've got here. Matt Miola, he's hasn't been doing it as much lately, but has definitely paddled into some freakishly large waves over at Piahi. And then Finn McGill, great pipe surfer, has performed in the main event there, as we see the replay here of Matt's last ride.
So this was a huge dumpy section. He's just hucked it straight out, and right on the explosion, he's landed. I don't know if the judges are going to give him this if he's going to ride out, because the angle of the tree kind of blocked it there. But it looks to me he's kind of riding out of it. Like, I mean, hopefully the judges pay that. That was a make. I think it wasn't pretty, but it was definitely a make and an unbelievable air reverse.
I think there's got to be some credit there too.
Oh, that was huge. Make it. Oh.
Sticking with it, patting the cats at the moment.
He's got it.
And he gets back out in front. But I loved Matt's just, you know, to get that far out in front of the wave when it's breaking like that, just to be so much higher above the flats and really commit to sticking it is monster.
That was a really big air for Mateus. He really got tail high and flung it out. It's a really nice section that's coming off the wall there, and he's just kicked his back foot out and brings it right round the road, and he's just falling back, which is a shame because if he landed that clean, that had to have been a pretty good score. I know he's chipping away and improving his score from yesterday, but we'll see what the judges throw down for that.
Well, Chris Binns is down there on the beach at Durango once again, and busy. Much better conditions for the competitors today. They must be buzzing at the opportunity to get back out there and up the ante.
Yeah, Ronnie, down here with 4 of Red Bull Airborne's most valuable possessions. The insane trophies right here. A guitar, a drum, I'm not sure what that is, some kind of cymbal. And the one and only Chipper Wilson, who I consider kind of a spirit animal of this whole event. Mate, how psyched are you?
Pretty hyped. You know, we got little lefts with south winds down here. Stoked.
You competed in France last year. I just heard you talking to someone saying this looks way more rippable right now.
Yeah, France was hard. It was just the tides are like 6 meters big over there. So you get an up the back bank and then you get a little inside. So it was hard to work out for me. There was a ride, and then for the finals was a little left, and it was so sick, but I obviously didn't make the finals.
When Josh Kerr got in touch with you about this concept, how psyched were you?
Yeah, super hyped. I mean, there hasn't been air shows now for, I don't know how many years. I'm going to say like at least 10. And yeah, to kick it back off and hopefully get this thing going for many more years to come is insane. So.
Growing up on the Tweed Coast, was Kersey one of the guys that you really looked to for inspiration as a kid?
Oh, 100%. He was saying Cavarita, who was dating my best mate's sister, and the first time I ever seen a shove on the flats was Kersey, and he did it over my head, and since then I was like, whoa, that's possible.
And tell us how cool it is not only to be competing against all your mates, the Rat Pack, who are the air guys, but also some of the CT competitors.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I'm really bad at competing, so I'm just happy to be out there with all my mates and chilling. Hopefully I get a ramp, but yeah, it's exciting. Like, yeah, the CT dudes are gnarly. Like, they're so used to this pressure cooker kind of like, you know, a lot of people with eyes on, and all us Rat Pack kids are just tripping.
And Italo and Filipe, are they just one of the boys once they get in this zone?
Yeah, they're chilling. They don't seem too comp vibes at all. They're just hanging out, having a good time, the way it should be.
All right, mate. Well, good luck in your heat coming up in a short while. Let's see if you can't have to learn how to play the guitar.
I know, all the drums. There's like almost a drum kit here, so yeah, that could be cool.
Go get them.
Thank you, Binzi. Yeah, Chipper Wilson, well positioned at the moment after that first qualifying round. He did reasonably well, but he's got a lot more to give, that's for sure. So we'll see what he can do when he hits the lineup shortly. But just over 21 minutes to go, and we're starting to see that make rate come up for some of our competitors. Josh Kerr's just joined us in the booth. Kersey, check this thing out.
Oh, what did Noah get up to here? Oh, my. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I really like that. That's what this is all about. The format is to... And that was legit. Off the lip, clean grab. Kind of got caught backwards almost for a second. I thought he was going to go back the other way. Then he brought it around. Nice varial. But he's so gnarly. He does those things and also throws like a half rotation like in it to do a full big spin sometimes, and that's where it gets to that next level, you know?
The big I wanted to look at Matt Miola's wave.
Yeah, how is this? He just goes out. Did you see that photo he posted on Instagram yesterday, the day before? He's not even above the lip. He's just like 3 feet out towards the flats from the lip.
He's trying to eliminate the walk back to his car. He just projects that far out. He almost lands on dry sand, but yeah, he's already almost pulled off one really brave attempt over there near the rock wall. I don't know if you saw it before you left the beach over there, Kersey.
Looked like the judges didn't pay it, but...
Yeah, right. I was actually just out there, and I was down in the competitors area just then, and we're kind of deciphering where I was giving some boys a little heads up on where's it looking best. it's a little lower tide than what it has been, so Lovers is kind of a bit quick and dumpy. So there's a left running back towards the wall, and yeah, maybe some of the regular footers might try and utilise a few of those rights that are. Look at Noah, he's going all QS guy on us right there. Just
he's up, mate.
Quickly throw a couple scores on the board.
He's feeling it for sure. I think, you know, the section doesn't allow it. You may as well try and just get that feeling of sticking something. He's already done very well to land that varial, as you mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. He that was kind of our talk when we spoke with all the surfers. Oh, Mateus, make that.
That was
make
huge.
it. Wow.
Yes.
He's on fire today. He's having a good day.
He's having a good day, and he's really, really excited on this format. You know, when I got him in the event, he came to me and gave me a big thank you, just saying how appreciative he is, because he's all these guys like Chipper and Noah. He'd never met him before, and he was just so excited to be able to surf with them, meet them, give them high fives. You know, look at that air. That was a big section, and the way he kicked that tail to the flats was really nice.
There's something about just getting that extra flight that allows for a better transition when you're coming down on that little pillow of impacting water, and he just connected with it so well.
Totally. That first, like, the commitment that the guys, younger guys are doing these days of the first part of their air, like how much, Finn trying a huge indie grab rotor. The commitment of the initial part of the air, like back in the day, we used to just try and go up and then start the rotation. Now they come off the lip and they're already heads down almost on their tail pad, trying to like kick the tail around so quickly. They're already halfway through the rotation before they're even close to the top of the air, you know?
For sure. Mitch, it's almost sort of the same philosophy that these guys are using for trying to land a floater on a really chunky section. When you're up there on the roof, you don't want to get off too early, because you're going to miss that transition of the falling whitewater that comes down with the impacting lip. And Mateus did such a good job there of getting high, but using it as that nice little cushion to find the landing.
For sure.
Yeah, you kind of, on those dumpy sections, like you got to fling it outward, because as soon as that explosion like comes back up, if you're above it, that's when you're going to land in the trough, and you're going to either flex your board or flex yourself.
Yeah.
So like you want to go out to the flats and at least have the opportunity to kind of like land perfectly on the flats and ride outward. But that one Mateus did then was by far, you know, probably the biggest section, and he did exactly that, really.
It's kind of crazy, like the last 5 years, just watching what the guys are doing about how they do fly it out. They actually taught guys like myself and you, like, I hurt my ankles way too many times between 16 and 25 trying airs, because I didn't realize just avoiding that and going out is your safest option, actually, because if you're coming down and it comes back and hits you, you're going down, it's coming up. It's the worst case scenario, you know.
That's when the ankles get tweaked.
Look at Chipper getting ready, Sherm, iconic Sherm getting the shot. There's such a good vibe down there, man, in the competitors area. When I was just down there before, all these guys are just so excited, and Chipper had to get his knee strapped up. He called me a few hours ago. He kind of tweaked it in a heat yesterday.
I saw that.
Yeah, and he said his leg went numb for a second, actually.
Oh, that's
so. But he did surf earlier, and I was just speaking to Harry Bryant, and they surfed down the coast, and they said that Chipper was just doing the stupidest, craziest stuff you've ever seen. So,
well, I guess that's where what Chipper can rely on moving through these rounds. He doesn't necessarily have to do the biggest air, because he is the most technical aerial surfer I think we have maybe ever seen, and he can do something that will really kind of send your mind into a spin without necessarily launching a big air. He's that good with that technical stuff.
For sure. You know, his technicality is by far probably at raising the bar to that next level. And then you got guys like Noah, who's got the technical aspect, but more the raw power approach through the airs is kind of their differentiation from the other guys, you know.
Josh, mate, it's great to have you in here. Obviously, you know, air show events is what really gave you your start and kind of put you on the map, got you some sponsorship backing, which eventually led to a QS campaign and qualification for the championship tour, as Jack Freestone has a crack at that one. But there hasn't been anything like this around for a number of years now, so this is great. What was the drive behind getting this back on?
Yeah, so obviously I had a really good stepping stone with the air shows when I was like 16 to 21, where really all my main mind focus was just like action sports. I was influenced by the Krusty Demons era, you know, the Christian Fletchers of the surfing, and just that raw, radical approach. And then I felt like after many years on tour and watching these next generations come up and not being able to utilize that stepping stone and them to make a name for themselves, they either had to get picked up by the media or they had to jump straight on the QS at such a young age that it really that really suppressed their progression and suppressed the sport of where we can get, you know, to influence those youth to get to that next level. And so I was just like, this has to come back. And what kind of killed the air shows back in the day, there was the format turned into 2 airs every heat to get to the next round. To get to the next round, you're just going against the people in heat. And I just thought there was something better we could create, and that's what kind of came with this format, where it's more about a skate jam almost format, where everyone gets a couple shots. It's a leaderboard format. You're not going against your guys in your heat. And all about going big with that best air being doubled to make the final. Oh, Mitchie Parko, that was mental. That was pretty solid.
He's kind of the tradesman in the field, isn't he, Mitch? He's kind of not that guy with that sort of skate influence background. Yep. He's just a guy that just goes out and just...
The meat and potatoes.
He likes to go fast in life, though. He likes to go fast in life. All right, here's Mitchie. Big section. How's that first part of that tail whip was insane. That wind out there right now could not be any better to keep the boards to their feet.
That was a huge section too, and he's just...
Wow.
Done it perfectly.
Holy.
This heat's really been a lot different compared to yesterday. We didn't see much go down, but nearly 4 surfers have put some of the biggest scores up of the whole event so far today. So yeah.
Yeah, what do we got? We got Kobe on the chopping block right now, and we'll wait and see how Mitchie's score fared into where that got him into.
Just under 13 minutes remaining here. Mateus Herdy still holding on to the lead. More to come from this second qualifying round of the Red Bull Airborne Series.
I do speak Japanese and English, Portuguese, and Spanish. I do actually, my little brother. He's like a pesky pet. I don't eat sushi. Yeah, I'm just gonna like send it out there in the world, like I don't eat fish. It's weird, I don't know, I'm always in the ocean. I see fish all the time, you know, like I pee in the ocean and stuff, it's just weird.
Welcome back. You're watching the second qualifying round for the Red Bull Airborne Series. Heat number 1 out there at the moment, or heat number 4, I should say. And we're getting our second look at some of our competitors. It's been a good heat so far. Some great airs laid down. Mitch Parkinson just banked a 4.66. Jack Freestones fetched a 3.6 for a nice little shove it.
Yeah, waiting for Mitchie's last score to come in, but here he goes again. Boys are loving these lefts back towards off the wall there.
I would say too that Mitch's probably preferred direction for airs is his front side. But that was a massive backside effort.
Yeah, that was huge. Here goes Finn. He's rather he goes the other way. Oh, he's used to rocky point lefts with those trade winds in Hawaii, and that's kind of his jam. He was really excited, but he seems a little too excited right now, trying to do some weird indie tweak stuff.
A lot of the championship tour surfers and even CT fans kind of look at these guys and see the edits they put out, and they kind of make that call. Yeah, I mean, it's great, but can he do it in a 30-minute window? I guess the answer is coming through right now.
Yeah,
yes, these guys are capable of getting these aerials done pretty frequently.
We got Noah going for the combo, like downwind combo. It's really hard actually to do. Like when I grew up a day like this, I would never even think of doing airs because I didn't really like going left when I was a kid personally. So, but D-bar growing up with this was this all the time. I'd be like, oh, it's so bad for airs. I'd just only wait for northerlies, you know what I mean, at D-bar. But now you know, seeing everyone when I come back, and like Lovers just being kind of like a hub for aerial surfers. Like all the guys are just sitting down at Lovers, getting the lefts into the south wind. He goes, Miola. Wow, there's some good sections for the boys out there. They're going for it.
Snapper's a good airwave in a nor'easter too.
Absolutely.
So when
you get the reverse current, so it kind of feels like a rip bowl at Snapper, and you get the nor'easter. It's
like
really
to the
good.
naked eye, it looks like just absolute garbage. But then it actually, when you get out there, there's some weird, strange air ramps every now and again.
I've been looking at your Instagram, Mitch. I've seen the clips, mate, the onshore sessions. I told you just before I came in here that I've been looking at it. That's why you brought it up, right?
Mate, thank you.
There's Aaron Kelly. A couple of weeks ago, we had a trials event, and Aaron won the trials, and I'd never heard of him. And wow, he like blew my mind. He made literally like 9 airs in the final, and all different airs, which was like really rad. It was only a small day at D-Bar, but it was so fun to watch. Oh, Mitchy. Boys are going to bust some boards today, or some fins.
I love that you're keeping a close eye on what's happening with the judges as well. Obviously, you've got 2 of the head judges from the World Surf League in Luli Pereira and also Patamo Adrian. And it's not like these guys need educating, but to have people like yourself, Shane Beshan involved, and just really breaking down just the subtle differences between some of these airs, which, you know, to the average viewer look pretty similar, is really cool. And you're even doing it at a domestic level by turning up and watching the trials unfold. And I heard that the judges got a lot from it.
Yeah, it was really good. I think everyone really appreciated like just that little education portion of where the airs, what was going on that day, and I was like picking up on little subtle grabs that some of the guys are putting in. I'm like, see, that's the kind of stuff we're trying to really promote here, and educating them on that, and letting them know how hard that is. Is this that same air? Oh wow, that was so. His score came in just pretty. So
break down
here,
the technique for us, Josh.
Like I said before, just see how tucked down his head was as he hit the lip. And that first part of that rotation, to get that tail high, that's what you have to do. You have to like be completely, you know, your head's got to be down towards your tail pad, and you got to just be pushing your legs out up into the wind, just like with full commitment and trust that your board will get stuck into the wind and then get kept against your feet. And then once you get up towards the top, your body naturally kind of levels out over the top of it. And that's where you can start bringing the shoulders back around and committing on the landing.
Is it one of those things like when you get your first snowboard lesson and the instructor says, look, follow your eyes. You know,
yeah.
Look where you want to go, and your board is going to kind of follow you there, because I could see Mitch then, he was really intent on getting that head around it and spotting his landing.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, someone nice little front side. Jackie boy. He's done a few of them in his life.
Yeah.
Hey, Mitchy?
That's kind of like a cutty for him.
But yeah, back to the technique. It's kind of similar to calves and all that. Where you go, turn your eyes, it'll bring your nose back to the pocket. Same thing, except for you're doing all of that just with no attachment to anything at all, other than just, you know, a wing and a prayer that the wind's going to be there to hold your board. Or, you know, the technique is just such a big portion. And when you start slow-mowing and breaking things down on where your shoulders and eyes are going, where your hands are moving in the process of the air, you can pick up on these little things that can make a rotation so much quicker or so much slower to like bone it out and bring it back. And that stuff that like the guys like Noah and Chip are, you know, bringing that skate style of surfing in. That was never done before. I'm still learning from them.
Yeah, Albie had a pretty good point when he was doing his backside airs. He said that he keeps his hands close to his body, and he noticed when every time he'd be spinning in the air backside, he'd pull his arms in, he'd land way more than when his hands would be flailing around.
Absolutely. It's like a pirouette ice skating, right? If you keep your arms in, you're going to spin quicker. So, and then, I mean, he was really picking up on all that stuff because he was going for those double rotations and just trying to really break down, how am I going to do a 720? How am I going to do a full double rotators, you know? So what those guys are doing, how they're pushing our sport and giving them this platform to really be able to just, you know, express themselves and show the world, and for us viewers to be able to enjoy it. That's why it's here, really.
Definitely. Well, we've had some good makes in this first heat of the day for the Red Bull Airborne Series, heat number 4. And it's Jack Freestone who got things started early.
Yeah, that was cute.
Yeah, a little shove.
Yeah. It was
This
cute.
was a shame. He
my.
nearly had it. It just... He rode the white
no, it was the full Harry effect from yesterday. It was so close. That's like... But we're trying to make things like with this format be like, you've got to grease your landings, you know? If you're having to like pat the kitten and all that, you're going to get deducted points. Kind of like the skate style. Don't put your hands down, you know, but still make it. You're still going to do 6 score, but...
I thought this should have been a touch higher. Noah's shove. That right there, the difficulty is...
For sure. What did that come in
as? You see so many air reverses, but that was
only
really
a 4.33, huh?
huge, though.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with today, we talked about, like, there is huge ramps out there. And going big is going to be scored more when, you know, big section, big air. But then, you know, if Noah had done just a regular air reverse off that section, it probably would have been half of the score. So he did get, did get a little buffer there.
Comboing it up.
And we do have the combo. If you get 2 airs in one wave, you do get a little buffer on each of your scores.
Oh, yeah, but each turn is judged
it's 2 different scores, individual scores, but you will get a little buffer on each score for doing it a part of a combo.
Tell us about putting together the criteria, who was involved, and, you know, what are you looking to encourage out of the competitors?
Yeah, so I was kind of talking a lot with guys like Albie and Chipper, and then guys from other sports like... Todd Richards from Snow and a couple guys from Skate. Oh my goodness, make that.
Oh my God, please. Oh.
Noah.
That was crazy.
Yeah, but just kind of going over, you know, obviously greasing landings for the completion, innovation.
To me,
that innovation and making it, you know, bringing that side of it, just like Noah's Verily did off the lip before, but dude, that was friggin' cool. Wow. Sorry, got a little distracted by Noah's. Oh, there was just one bit of foam, that just kicked his board. Subtle things, But
that right there, you'd have to agree, is one of the harder airs in surfing at the moment. Backside straighty, right?
Yeah, it's so funny because I've done a few like free surf trips with guys that are literally just free surfers, and they go, man, I can't do a straight backside air. That's like my downfall.
I've never even come close in my entire life.
But there's something just so core and so punk rock about just a good straight backside grab. It's so cool.
Here we go.
He bogged off the bottom. Who we got here?
It's like Mitch.
Mitchy. He's got a bigger one again. He knows the kind of wave that he wants to get. He knows D-bar better than... Oh, wow. Oh, he almost came out of that. There's a little heat between Mitchie and Noah. They're growing up together on the Snapper board riders right there. So I'm sure they're excited to be going against each other. All right, looks like Ola got a left on Noah's right here. Oh, that was cool.
A little shifty.
Little shifty. Lean grab shifty. Tweak back. That was nice. Little poke. Yeah, the way he like poked it, and then look at him bring his... It's almost like a frontside rock and roll back in on a skate ramp. Just like point it back out and then just have your arms ready to pull that thing back in for that landing. And that was a really clean one. I love it when the guys do that and then they land on top of the roof and then do a floater and airdrop off on a floater and stuff.
I'd imagine that would be one of those airs that at the championship tour level, the judges would have to just sort of sit back in their chair and kind of go, what are we going to do with this?
Yeah, and this platform's going to educate them on that kind of stuff.
It's so different and fun to watch, you know, and I definitely feel like it's refreshing too. You're talking about straight airs, backside airs, frontside airs. For me, they're almost sort of more refreshing to see than air reverses now.
100%.
It just feels like you kind of know exactly what you're going to see every time the competitors get to the end of a ride now. And when someone just goes big and sometimes doesn't even grab the rail, to me, I like it more.
Yeah, I agree.
Personally.
Yeah, there's something really cool about just a big straighty that I feel like you've got to have a better section and you've got to be more in control for a straighty. You can kind of get away with like imperfections in a rotation and it all kind of comes together on the landing. But on a straighter, you get off kilter, you don't like connect with the lip off the pop, or you like miss your landing a bit, you're more likely to fall. And it's more relatable for us. Like
Like I look at the other sports, like we've got Mark McMorris here from snowboarding, and the way they're just spinning, it's like I watch that and go, wow, like holy crap. But to me, when they just slow down a big rotation, just bone out their board, that's just so cool and so fun to watch. And obviously we're not strapped in, so we only get a you know, a small amount that we can really connect, and we can't rotate as quick. But yeah,
we tried. Hey, we're trying. Well, some of us are trying. We've just finished the fourth heat of the qualifying rounds. A lot of makes there. More action coming your way here from the Red Bull Airborne Series. Welcome back to the Red Bull Airborne Series. Ronnie Blakey joined by a couple of legends in their own fields. Josh Kerr, who really led the charge for taking aerial surfing to the next level on the Championship Tour, and now bringing us the Red Bull Airborne Series. And we're also joined by a two-time Olympic medalist, Mark McMorris. Good to see you, Mark.
Nice to see you too, man. Thanks for having me.
I needed a whole A4 sheet to write down some of your achievements over the years. 17-time X Games medalist, 4-time US Open champ, an ESPY winner. You had your own show on MTV. It's just about nothing that you haven't done other than get a tan here in Australia.
Or land an air reverse on a surfboard. But maybe we're going to get both those things done here. You never know.
Mate, it's so good to have you here because surfing is getting to the point now where a lot of us are seeing the kind of moves that have us scratching our heads, and they're taking influence from snowboarding, skateboarding, obviously. What have you made of the evolution?
It's been unbelievable to watch, and just seeing what these guys are doing consistently now, and the variations and the grabs and the people leading the charge. Like, it's so fun to watch Noah Dean get to compete, or get to see Albie Lair or Josh or whoever it may be. So this is something I look forward to watching in surfing, and I think surfing needs something like this for how long airs have been around.
Definitely, and I know you're enjoying just that variation from what we typically see at the Championship Tour level. Now we saw Matt Miola in that fourth heat. Nice little shifty, and it kind of got us all like, oh, whoa, that was so neat, you know, just to see something really different and unique.
Yeah, that lean air was something out of a movie. I haven't ever seen anything like that. That was perfect. Thank you for that, Matt.
We love it. We're going to see plenty more of that. The conditions that we've got today, Josh, it feels like these are the best conditions you've had yet for the Red Bull Airborne.
For sure, yeah. This is definitely a level above what we got in France, and obviously a little bit better than yesterday, for sure. D-bar really is kind of like an amazing aerial wave, so to be able to move from snapper to over here, it's kind of I know all the competitors are pretty stoked on that.
I think I had reservations about what would be happening at the Red Bull Airborne events, because I was there when you were competing at the Air Show Series contest back in the day, and I think it was just the fact that guys could get through with just a couple of mediocre makes. Not the case in this event so far. It just seems that I think with the evolution of surfing, we're just seeing so much more variation in the airs these guys are attempting.
Yeah, for sure. The variations, like a whole another level. And that was the whole theory about bringing it back. I just can't. It's like, imagine if I could put a jersey on guys like Chipper and Noah and have them against the guys like. And the Miolas and Albies against the guys from the CT and give the guys on the CT a platform for them just to not have to hold back, not to have to wait for the best wave of the heat, not to have to play those chess games that they would regularly have to play when they put on a Rashi. They can just go out there like Yago and just catch heaps of waves, stand there, not worry about their calves, and just start throwing big airs, you know, not worry about the whole flow of the wave, and just start doing lean grab air reverses like that.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yago's been really kind of pushing the issue, especially with the introduction of some of the wave pool technology. You know, everyone's been kind of crediting him with landing a McTwist over there in Texas, and I don't think we're too far away from seeing those moves in competition too.
No, exactly, and you know, seeing Yago do this like clean little, it was almost like a nose grab, lean grab that he did on that thing.
I guess we call that
this
a
angle,
melon.
we might see this melon.
Nose and
oh yeah,
melon.
You guys change wherever it is on the board, right?
He has the most unique grabs, though. He's always grabbing stale, melon, indie. You know, he's really switching it up. Yago's fun to watch, and
his arms are so freaking long. He can reach just to anywhere.
Yeah, the melon. There you go. Thank you. Put me in my place.
No. Dude, you tell me if I'm calling it wrong.
No. We just don't get to change our grabs from like little points of the board to change the name very often, you know. We're just like grabbing wherever we can grab at any point in time in the air. We're not that aware of it. Like
totally.
You guys, here we go.
That looked like, well, Finn McGill just hacking away after not really getting too many successful airs done in that fourth heat. But right now we're going to hear from a man who did. Noah Dean is with Chris Binns.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Down here with Noah Dean. Mate, first it was the backdoor shootout, then it was the Vulcan Pipe Pro, now the Red Bull Airborne Series. You're a full comp guy, huh?
Yeah, somehow I'm in comps. I don't know why.
Mate, tell us what it's like out there. A few big punts?
It's pretty sus out there. I don't know. It's like almost doing it, but it's just a little bit kind of flat, but it could get better with the tide going out.
You're a bit of a weirdo. You surf natural, you skate goofy. Snowboard legend Mark McMorris is in the booth. Which way do you snowboard?
Natural snowboarder.
How do you go in the snow?
Go all right. Yeah. No, I send myself over a couple of jumps, get dropped, go home sore.
And growing up here in Coolangatta, Josh Kerr, bit of a hero of yours?
Yeah, definitely. Love Kersey. He had some pretty good times with him out here surfing and watching him do it, so it's pretty epic.
And you would have been a little tacker when he was winning World Air Show titles. How psyched are you to finally get a go at your own Air Show series?
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Be nice to get a couple more waves in my heat, but whatever. I'm having fun. So.
Well, that's the most important part. Well done, mate.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Thank you, Binzi. Yeah, Noah Dean didn't have to get himself into a position to potentially qualify for the final, but it's a worry where he's sitting at the moment. There's still some amazing surfers to hit the lineup, so that's not a guaranteed spot.
No, and Noah, I know, was pretty excited to try and make the final this thing, you know, being homegrown boy at D-Bar, you know.
Definitely. Looks like Yago just standing on the tail, waiting for this section to ramp up a little.
Oh, a little mini front shove.
There's all the tricks. Right now, though, we're going to throw it down to Chris Binns once again.
Yeah, guys, down here with, what's your name?
Maliki.
And what's your new surfboard all about?
I saw it getting washed up, so I just went in and grabbed it.
There was about 4 of you who all dived in. You're shivering cold. One of them's got their socks on. Pretty happy to win the prize.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What do you think about Jack Freestone? Pretty good surfer?
Yeah, definitely.
Jack, why are you giving my boards away, bro?
Oh my God, you've got enough as it is, mate. No, he went in, I saw him get the top half, so it's only right that he gets the bottom half too.
How fun's this event?
It's too fun. Best thing ever. Should be, I hope it's at every stop, except Chopu.
And you made the final in France last year, so you're on the tour. You qualified for both tours last year. What a dream.
I'm going for the trifecta. I'm going for the Big Wave World Tour as well.
You heard it here first. Jack Freestone, everyone.
Thanks, Vincy. Yeah, awesome opportunity for the local Groms to rub shoulders with some of these guys. Obviously, you know, they're not getting too swamped down there by the fans, so you're going to have a chat with them, get along. It's a really nice, relaxed vibe, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Just between the competitors and also the event being a D-bar, it's obviously got a lot more space and less parking.
While it is a more relaxed kind of event, there's still some big prizes up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these guys really want the win. They definitely want to get that first win of the series under their belt. Oh, Aton, nice. They're all pretty serious competitors. Obviously, we've got a really good prize purse in place as well with 20 grand for the winner, so that's really exciting, and they're all kind of gunning for that, and some really cool trophies for the guys for first, second, and third as well. You know, good money all the way down the line, good motivation for them, and not just that, they all want the bragging rights around each other within that free surf world, and kind of that, you know, that's what it's all about for them, putting out the best edits, winning like these types of contests, and that's where their heads are at.
That was a good find right there.
Yeah.
Didn't seem very vertical where he hit it, and he got back into the transition.
Yeah.
Low impact. That was impressive.
Yeah, right out of the bowl.
This is Kale Walsh. You might remember him competing in the event over there at Margaret River last year as a wild card. Did a bit of damage, and he is dropping some unbelievable clips too.
He does big airs. West Oz offers up some pretty crazy sections. I know a lot of the free surf guys head over there for a few weeks at a time and kind of hunt a couple waves that offer up some huge air ramps, and really good filming with that afternoon sunlight there in the West Coast. So
it's kind of one of the two premier air destinations on the planet, isn't it? It just seems like Maui, you know, they get a lot of wind over there. Used to be famous for windsurfing and kiting. Now it's aerial surf, and that's what people are focusing on over there. And WA is much the same, and a lot of the Maui boys go over to WA and chase clips.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like, yeah, the guys like Albie, John as well, they've all got West Oz as a section in their movies or in their edits and stuff like that. So it's definitely a destination that these guys chase.
One thing that I've been picking up on, Mark, and you've probably noticed it too over the last few years, is just the surfer's ability to land airs without transitions. It just seems ridiculous what these guys are riding out of at the moment. And for you, it's all about trying to find that transition on the other side of big kickers, but landing on the flats on a snowboard can be pretty treacherous.
Very treacherous. You definitely need to hit the transition, or you're going to be dealing with some sore legs or some broken stuff. But yeah, Filipe Toledo, that guy's insane. He'll just launch to flat and land everything.
It's unbelievable. It's almost like that momentum, Josh, that the speed that they build up over time is really your friend. There was a time where you almost wanted to wash that speed off, so you projected like upward and you were kind of coming down slowly to spot your landing. These days, it's like go as fast as you possibly can, whip your board like crazy, because it's the motion of the spin that sort of stops you having that high impact landing.
Yeah, and that speed, like when you land on the flats, that is your friend. You don't want to be coming down from that high without too much like down the line speed, because you'll just sink and just go through your board. But if you have that speed, just like a skater when they ollie off stairs, you know, they want to go as fast as possible, just so when they land on that flat landing, they can absorb the impact of sorts. The momentum will help them absorb it.
Right, and another thing, you guys never really flinch, but when like they don't make it, it looks like their board flips upside down. I'm always worried about them just getting finned, or like it looks so consequential. But I guess there is a lot of space.
Look at this one of Aaron Kelly, that indie grab backside rotor, full rotation. Just that landing was just back to that trough landing that Mitch was talking about before. That's very, very hard to ride out of when you go in between that the impact of the barrel and the up.
We would call those snow snakes, but I don't know what you guys call those things. Little, I don't know, whitewater bubbles that take you out.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Barely knock you off your balance point.
It's like when you guys have that low vis when you're snowboarding, there's a bump there you just can't see on the landing, right?
I'm the master at catching an edge with a
Who
snowboard.
got here? Got
I'm the
Aton.
master of digging rail.
I love seeing these like young guys transitioning from like world juniors, and they have this platform to go for instead of going straight to the QS, even though guys like Aton are winning QSs already. But they're just so excited to be able to just do this and hang out with their heroes and run amok.
Seems like a more fun side and a little bit more expressive side of surfing for these kids.
For sure, exactly. What's Chipper going to do? There it is.
Yes, that was buttery.
Yeah.
Body burial.
I'd love to see him do that off a proper section. That would be sick. Boys are finding a few up in the corner there for sure. stuffed kale.
Starting to, obviously we've been seeing varial, shove-its, even big spins for a long time now. What I'm loving is we're starting to see them off pretty gnarly sections. So really critical sections and guys willing to, you know, mess around with their equipment. Typically it was just keep your board under your feet. Guys like Noah Dean are becoming really proficient at spinning their board around, you know, with the big spins and whatnot.
Yeah.
Hitting sections.
Hitting sections. I saw Leif Engstrom actually just dropped an amazing clip of him doing one of these off a massive section in Puerto Rico just the other day, and then Aton was showing me one on his phone that he did that was off a huge section too.
Wow.
That was so...
It spins it to the right and then rotates back to the left. Awesome.
It's a front shove varial, I guess, because you grab your board, so it's always
Front
a varial if you grab.
Melon varial.
Yeah.
Front side turn back. I don't know. That was unbelievable.
the old
a lot
turn.
going on.
Well, the revert's different, right?
The old turn back.
You can't do that in any other action sport because they don't have fins that make you go back to forward no matter which way you're going, right?
Here's the leaderboard for you, Josh. Noah Dean jumped up into 5th spot. Kalani David, he's still got to paddle out there and have his second heat, so he's definitely a chance at collecting some bigger numbers.
This heat stacked, but this third heat that's coming up is scary stacked. And there's a few, I think there's 4 goofy footers in that last heat, and they're going to really shine with these lefts and that wind right now.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the judges, unlike a traditional contest, have to keep the scale in check across the 2 rounds, because even though the conditions were different yesterday, you know, basically you're scoring the quality of each individual turn, so the scale can't shift at all.
No, exactly. So we've got to keep the same scale across the whole 2 rounds of the event. So lucky enough, we have somewhat relatable conditions today as what yesterday was, even though it is a little bit maybe more consistent for the guys finding ramps, but the ramps themselves are kind of similar in a way. There may be some bigger, scarier ones yesterday that the guys almost pulled some big stuff on.
So were you like pulling on the judges' change yesterday when they were about to drop big numbers for some of the airs that were seen? Like, hey, wall down. Pulling on the reins, I should say.
Let's have the whole scale to work with still. Here's Yago. He's one of my... Oh, my. What do we got here? Oh, make it. Oh, and Aton with the Indy rotor too. I would love to be sitting on the wall right now and just watching those guys just punt back up towards me. So fun.
Be unreal.
Yeah, these guys are getting a lot of height. So much pop. That's what it's all about. Josh, you used a word to describe something you saw earlier on from Jack Freestone, I think it was. You said, oh, that was cute. And it was a technical maneuver, very difficult to execute, but it still feels like big wins when it comes to aerials. I know that's definitely the case with snowboarding as well. If you're not going big, even if you do something kind of technical, the big air is always going to win, even if it's a straight air.
Right. I guess, you know, for you guys got that big air developed for you guys to really get to that next level, right? To be able to do tricks before you bring it into that slope style and stuff like that.
Totally, and I think these guys all work on their free surfing airs all the time and do these rotations over and over and over again, so it does come first try when they get the opportunity out here. But it's also so different in surfing because every wave and every lip you hit is different, opposed to snowboarding where I know the pop of that jump because I just hit it 5 minutes ago.
Exactly. Well, just under 12 minutes to go. Everyone's excited to see Filipe Toledo hit the line up next. But stick around, more to come from the Red Bull Airborne.
Thank you.
I do speak Japanese and English, Portuguese, and Spanish. I do actually, my little brother. He's like a pesky pet. I don't eat sushi. Yeah, I'm just gonna like send it out there in the world, like I don't eat fish. It's weird, I don't know, I'm always in the ocean. I see fish all the time, you know, like I pee in the ocean, so it's just weird.
Back to live action here at the Red Bull Airborne Series. This is the second qualifying round, so seeing all our competitors back out there chasing a couple of big airs to shore up a place in the final. It was so cool to have Mark McMorris in here, the Olympian, the X Games champion. Mate, it just goes on and on. The list goes on and on. But fantastic to have him here, and he'll be sticking around to watch the Boost Mobile Pro unfold because his partner Coco's in the mix there. But right now we're going to get our attention back on what's unfolding here in the lineup. Yago Dora on fire. Mitch Cruz stepping back into the booth. Cruzy, some big airs starting to get thrown out there.
Yeah, Yago, of course, chipping away in those little lefts like yesterday. And yeah, this heat's pretty gnarly as well. You know, you got Chipper and Yago up against each other, and Chipper's got that little safety net from yesterday, so looking forward to seeing him huck some big ones. But yeah, what about that next heat though?
Oh my goodness. I wouldn't be feeling safe if it was any, although Italo's already up the top of the leaderboard, so
dude, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm just hoping he holds it together for this. The final is going to be insane. We've got a pretty crazy top 6 right now, but then we've got Reef, who's not in the top 6 yet. We got who else? Oh, we got Aton here. Oh, I love the boys who just kind of just. Oh, there's been a few backside indie attempts and stuff like that. Like Aaron Kelly's one, Aton's one. I just want to see them like land something like that, just to really elevate that.
Gain some confidence. And
yeah.
You can tell Aton at the moment is just trying to stick something. He wants to elevate his position here. Couple of attempts now.
That's a nice little one from Aton. Yeah, who we got? We got Kobe in the last heat as well.
Well, he's coming up in the last heat. He's actually with Chris Binns, Kobe Perkovic.
Oh, Yago. Ah!
Binsy, are you there, mate?
Hello. Okay, we're down here with Kobe Perkovic. We're turning things upside down a little bit. We're doing a pre-heat interview. Mate, who are you? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So originally I'm from New Zealand, but I've lived on the Goldie like my whole life since like 4, and basically I just grind away at home and just do trips down the coast. So that's basically it. Just I don't know, do out because I can't do a turn. So.
And did Kersey give you the call up?
Yeah, so I was in the trials a couple of weeks ago, and I got third in that, and then Kersey called me up and said, "Oh, a couple of boys might not want to do it, so you want to come in?" And I was like, "Oh, hell yeah, sick! Like, sick opportunity for us." So.
And it looked like you were just focusing on really going big yesterday.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, originally at the start I was kind of like, "Oh, I'll just get one little one," but yeah, like, I don't know, how often do you get the chance to, surf in front of everyone? So, yeah.
What's it like paddling out with some of the names in this field?
Oh, this heat's psycho. I'm just like, should I even bother paddling out? But no, it's fun. Yeah, I'll just go out there and try and just have some fun.
And what do you think of conditions? There's been some big punts thrown.
Oh, it's pretty even this one Chip's got now. Oh my, it's definitely better than yesterday. So I'm just stoked it's here, not snapper. That would have been hard work in the southerly, that's for sure.
All right, we'll let you get out there.
Cheers.
Show the world what you got, mate.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Binsy. Yeah, Kobe Perkovic seems like a cool guy.
Mate, he is legit. I actually never really hung with him until this trip too, and he can do some crazy airs, like crazy. He's very understated, like in that interview, but he can totally hold his own against all these guys coming up in the next heat. He's got, for a little bit of a taller guy, they can kind of get a ganglia kind of style, but he has such a good style when he does punts. He's like, and he said he can't do a turn. He's actually really good doing turns. He totally underplayed that one.
Did a couple of great turns yesterday. Let's dive into the heat recap. 6.5 minutes remaining here. And Yago Dora, he's been threatening to stomp something. Monster had this. That's the highlight air of this heat so far.
For sure. The section was just, if that was a bigger section, that score would have went huge. Aton's one out of the bowl right there. Really clean rotation backside. We got Chipper, he does that little cute front shove, right? Yeah. He's got a nice air from yesterday that's still in his top 2 that's kind of keeping him in the top 6 right now. And Aton got another one, but kind of the section didn't give him the projection and pop that he was looking for.
Yeah, it's not going to be the kind of air that's going to win you the competition, but if you can couple that up with something a little bit more solid, it might be enough to see you into the final.
Exactly, and then the final, it's a clean slate, best air. And that's what happened with Kobe Perkovic. He actually won the qualifying rounds in the trials, and then he made the final and just couldn't get that big section. Oh, look at there's the chippy right there, just throwing it on the line.
0.
Yeah, that was a 6-0 though.
Oh, mate, we've seen some great zeros.
There was some good tubes yesterday too, good tube zeros.
Air show events before. Thomas Woods there. This wave during the recap.
Oh, little Staley. That's what we like to see. Oh, I'd love to see him do something like that off a section like Mateus's or Mitch's, like in that last heat, those bigger sections. That's where doing something like that off the big sections, that's when you're going to see those really huge scores.
Yeah, he looks like he must be chipping into the underneath ones and just getting those little solid ramps. But he's going so high on those small sections, which is kind of crazy. Here's Aaron Kelly.
Oh, he really wants that back in.
He went on primo.
Yeah, he did primo that. You're right.
Primo.
Yeah, he actually broke. He went first air yesterday. He went straight through his board, landed on his butt on the board, and broke it in two. And he's definitely going for it. That's for sure. And he deserves to make a name for himself, that kid. And I'm really stoked that he's a part of this. Look at Chipper getting all tricky. He's so tricky.
Trying to hunt that extra 0.5.
Yeah, comboing it up, getting that little combo.
Well, just under 4.5 minutes to go here. Unique format. The Red Bull Airborne Series. We're into the second qualifying round. Josh, I'm going to let you break it down for us, seeing as though you were one of the people responsible for coming up with this format.
Yeah, so we got 18 surfers, 6 heats, which is 3 heats and then we reshuffle the people for the second 3 heats. And at the end of those 6 heats, your 2 best rides. So you could have got 1 air in one heat, 1 air in the next heat, or you could get them both in one. But then your best air is doubled. Leaderboard format, and we'll get to the top 6. We'll make their way to the final. Then we clean the slate, and then it's just best air in the final. And oh my goodness, look at this ramp for Aton.
Wow, please.
Oh, he wanted the straighty. That's the tough thing about that south wind at D-bar. It's not quite enough east in it for those straight airs unless you do poke it out into the wind straight away. Kale's yet to just get one of those really good sections. He's so good and got such a good consistency, like strike rate that he just needs
used to having some
that section.
big ramps too. Come from West Oz, like the home of large ramps.
Yeah, I would say obviously front side is his forte with the big ramps at North Point and cobbles for those guys for sure. But
he put 2 on his Instagram actually, like a few posts ago, of a couple backside airs that were absolutely massive. I don't know where they were, maybe lefties or...
Yeah, somewhere over there.
Yeah, but he's an absolute... Yeah, he's a fruitcake.
They're not scared of like gnarly sections these days. Like I get so scared of big sections that just watching what they can do with just a section that I would kick straight out on and not even look at.
I guess that is kind of the beauty of aerial surfing these days too, is before there was a kind of defined ramp that you went looking for on a wave if you wanted to attempt an air, but these days it doesn't really seem to matter. Out of the pocket.
No, exactly.
I mean,
out of the bowl, off the
seeing.
Section, doesn't really matter anymore.
One
looks like
of,
got the leaderboard there. We've got Noah Dean just got bumped out. What a bummer. Aton's moved his way in. He's got a couple more minutes left to try and better his cause. Chipper's in there, kind of on the bubble with that next heat coming as well.
Look at him just biding his time there, just waiting for this wave to ramp up on the inside, just staying close to the pocket.
And that's so key, like with air surfing, is to wait in the power source for that, to accelerate at that right time. Because if you start accelerating too early, you'll lose your pop. You want to be like that 1-2 pump straight at the section, and that's how you get that huge pop.
Yeah,
so really the boys are having fun out there, laughing at each other.
It's really fun just sort of paying close attention to the technique these guys are using. One thing they're really good at is generating speed in a short amount of space in order to get that launch.
Oh, Aaron, I really want him. Yeah, exactly. They don't need much time, especially guys like Filipe and Italo, who are so sparky and so quick on their feet. Here we go, Thomas. He's got a good front side. Oh, that's his thing. That's how he got into this event. He got second in the trials and put down a good size no-grab rotation in the final.
I think there's a few guys who'd be really confident with the north wind here at Duranbar today, but seen him take off and look left and just kind of go, you know, the shoulders have kind of dropped, the head's dropped a little.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Looks like Chippers. Oh, no, it's not Chipper. Is that Kale?
It'll be Kale.
It'll be interesting to see.
Oh, that's a good section. Oh, he did well. Yeah, big section. Didn't quite get like a lot of pop, but that was really nice. Where's he sitting right now?
He unfortunately doesn't have a score yet. So
okay.
Unless he can get out there in 20 seconds.
I mean, realistically, with the format we have where your best air is doubled, if you nail one big air, you are still in a good position to make the final.
Last right.
Yeah, look at him.
So Aton's jumped up into the top 6 at the moment, but we're pretty confident there's going to be some movement on this Red Bull Airborne leaderboard after this last heat, which is just around the corner, featuring 2 of the Championship Tour's biggest stars, Filipe Toledo and Italo Ferreira. Welcome back to the Red Bull Airborne Series. The Hills hoist is out. The jerseys are drying in anticipation of finding our finalists here. This is one of 3 stops on the Red Bull Airborne Series in 2019. Harry Bryant up at the moment. Hasn't stopped an air yet.
Yeah.
He has now. Unsuccessful yesterday in his first qualifying run. That's a good way to kick off his effort to crack the final here. Ronnie Blakey with Mitch Cruz to talk you through this last heat and what a heat it is. Cruzy, some of your favourite surfers.
Yeah, it's this is an absolute firecracker of a heat. I can't even believe we've got Reef. Obviously, he's got springs in his legs. We've all learnt that just recently. And Filipe Toledo, Italo Ferreira, we don't really need to talk much about them. We know that they're freaks also. Kalani David, he won France. And obviously looking to get another win, get 20K in the pocket. Then has landing this first air today, 100% completion rate he's on right now in this heat compared to yesterday.
Yeah, he's such a good surfer, such a character. Harry Bryant had a pretty solid junior career, has since shifted his focus on travelling the world, finding good waves and launching big airs. And I think his surfing's just gone to another level as a result.
Yeah, his last edit, Orb, mind-blowing. Basically just chasing waves through Indo and along the east coast, west coast of Oz. He's pretty all-round surfer, you know. He's known for doing massive punts, but he's great in big barrels. He's not too bad on the face. It's a shame he never really wanted to do events at all, but it's awesome that he puts out that content now.
Absolutely. On the inside, We've got competitors making their way in. Looks like Aton Osborne and Chipper Wilson just finishing up what was a pretty fun heat, that last one. But this heat, as we mentioned, is heavily stacked. At the moment, we've got Kobe Perkovic up, but also out in the water in the white, Filipe Toledo. Harry Bryant, we saw him in the blue. Reef Hazelwood, expecting big things from him. He needs to bounce back in a big way to get himself up into the top 6. Kalani David, this guy is one of the best skaters in the world, but we've also seen him compete at a very high level on the qualifying series.
Oh,
Italo
backflip exit.
I know. Backflip into the sand.
A few of the boys look like they're getting pretty crunched on that shallow inside section near the wall there. So hopefully no one really, smokes themselves.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a big call for the Championship Tour competitors to go out there and surf. Obviously, the first event of the season. You can't find success in this event if you don't put it on the line and throw a big turn. So, we'll see how their motivation is for going high above the lip. I know Filipe Toledo and Italo, they just surf that way anyway, so I'm sure they'll dig in. As we see Reef Hazelwood here lining up something big on the inside. Has some speed, widens that stance and launches into the sky.
Wow, that was huge.
Really clean slop grab. And always just tweaks that tail out a little bit, bones his airs out, and that's something that Josh is getting the judges to have a good look at.
Yeah, Reef's actually a danger man right now. He didn't put anything on the board yesterday, but this huge frontside straighty, it looked like he tapped a little slob grab there. And this is like his spring and pop in his airs. His tail always gets really high on those straight airs, and that's got to be a big score. We should see Reef really chip away and potentially end up in that top 6 spot going to the final.
Well, just under 24.5 minutes remaining here. And we're expecting a solid score to drop for Reef Hazelwood. I don't think he was too bummed yesterday, Mitch, because he did surf in the first round of the Championship Tour event after winning the trials here. And he got himself a spot in the 3rd round before going out there and surfing his first qualifying heat. So he might have been a little distracted.
Yeah, I think for Reef, just having the experience to get into the World Tour event is huge. He was really close on qualifying last year as well, and he's only 19. So to get the experience to surf against all these massive guys, and it's only learning for him, but there's no doubt that he'll end up, waxing a few heats on the queue this year and potentially have a spot at qualifying.
Most definitely, yeah. And I just cannot believe that there's so much real estate on his equipment up for rent. I think he's definitely going to start picking up some calls soon, because the kind of moves that he has, the fact that he's now surfed in a Championship Tour event, means that he's probably going to be one of the more sought after signatures moving forward, as Harry Bryant tries to finish off a second air here. So Reef dropped a pretty solid number for that last air, 10.46.
So yeah, that has him knocking on the door for qualification. All he's got to do is probably stick something else and he'll knock out Ethan, who's sitting on the danger spot right there. Harry just couldn't ride out of that thing. It kind of looked like he wanted to go reverse, but it didn't let that happen. There's Filipe doing a little body varial, just warming up. He's going to bloody do something stupid.
Absolutely. Has all the tricks. Someone was loading up down there in the corner, and it's Reef Hazelwood. So that's 2 airs landed, and we just knew that he'd come to party today. So Reef, 10.46. He's going to have a little backup. It won't be huge.
Kalani, the lone natural footer in this heat too. We've got all goofies. He's got his work cut out. Obviously the goofies are going to be loving this left air wind.
Well, Filipe rode his last wave kind of goofy as he rode out the air.
But yeah. Filipe, how could I miss that?
But yeah, Kalani David, I don't think it really matters for him whether he's going left or right. He's really capable going both directions. Filipe just hoping that wave ramped up for him. No section on offer. You know, we've seen a few guys going right with that southerly wind, kind of struggling to keep their board to their feet. But Filipe's kind of the, I think, got the turn to maybe get something done on the right. He can really project out of the pocket, and he can flick his board so hard he might still be able to turn it into the southerly wind going right.
Yeah, and if anyone gets that grab early enough to hold it under their feet, it shouldn't be an issue. But as soon as you get in the air, the board's just going to want to fly away. But we haven't seen many. We've seen Noah stick that one on the right earlier, but it's pretty clear that the lefts are presenting the huge ramps right now.
Starting to see some movement on the leaderboard. And as you can see, Aton's been pushed down. And now Chris Chipper Wilson is in danger of being knocked out of the top 6. Filipe, he's moved up into the top 6. Reef Hazelwood still waiting on a number, I believe. So this is going to be pretty interesting. Expecting there'll be some more movement here. Still a lot of time on the clock. 20.5 minutes to go. Italo's still looking very comfortable at this stage. And it looks like he's up at the moment. And just using this wave as an opportunity to get some practice in for maybe his next championship tour heat. Having some fun now. Flicking that board around.
Oh my God.
So creative.
What a bag of beans. I wonder what that would have been score-wise on the CT with the shove it. Do you reckon they would have been into that? Probably not, eh? They probably would have deducted him or something. People should start doing that on the CT, and when they're bouncing to get into the inside section or something.
Just as a little like flowing turn.
Yeah,
just an
like,
in-betweener.
Instead of bouncing to get to the inside, do a shove it and shove it back round.
Yeah, he's pretty freaky, Italo. Josh would call this cute.
Yeah. See, he was basically doing it on a flat surface. That's as close to skateboarding as you get in surfing right there. Just shove it and to shove it back, and then to tag the end section like that.
I'm sure he does have a roll occasionally, but he's not typically the guy that you see Instagram clips of skateboarding. I think he just naturally has this kind of tricky way about his surfing, and just so comfortable flicking that board around and riding fakie.
Yeah, he seems like he's someone who surfs more than anyone. Like, he's usually, if he's not like in the water, you're kind of going, what's he doing? Because majority of the time you see him in the surf. There's Harry sticking another air. He's got 2 on the board this heat compared to yesterday. Like, great start. Him and Reef are danger men to knock those 2 bottom spots, Filipe and Chipper, out of the top 6. So this is a really exciting heat, because those 3 guys, Filipe, Harry and Reef, as we see, Reef's just gone up over Filipe.
Yeah, so a lot of shuffling around on the leaderboard. We'll update you on that in just a moment. But it is, it's looking pretty good for Harry Bryant. That air actually looked more impressive from the front on angle, really projected a long way. But right now we're going to hear from Mateus Herdy with Chris Benz.
Yep, not down here just with Mateus Herdy, who's the World Junior Champion. Also here with reigning Red Bull Airborne Series Champion Yago Dora. Boys, how fun is this?
Super fun, actually. That's my first time in the Red Bull Airborne. I'm just enjoying it. Yeah.
And Yago, defending champ. Any pressure, or are you just having fun?
Nah, I'm just having fun. It's awesome that they have 3 events this year, and I'm really psyched about it. And I'm gonna do all 3 of them, and just enjoying myself, going out there and trying to go big. It's what I love doing, so I'm loving it.
Got Italo and Filipe in the water right now. Tell us about those guys and the influence they have on your own surfing.
Yeah, they're really competitive surfers, and then I always watch all the videos of them actually. And yeah, it's super stoked to be all with the boys now, just not like Italo and Filipe, but Shipa and Noah that I never met before. You know, I just used to watch these guys online, so it's nice to be here with them. It's like different kind of contest. It's not even a contest, I guess. It's just enjoying it, having fun. Yeah.
You got the wild card into the Quicksilver Pro. You got a T-shirt in the face, and you even got through a heat this morning, and now you're surfing in Red Bull Airborne. Is this the best week of your life, or what?
For sure, this is the best day of my life. Just having fun. I made my first heat in the CT. I was super stoked, and came here and did a couple airs, and yeah, I hope to get it to the finals. Still a couple guys up there. But I want to do the final. It would be sick. Yeah, that's enjoying it.
Yago, tell us a bit about Mateus. What do you reckon? Is he going to be the next Brazilian to qualify?
Yeah, I hope so. I was cheering for him since last year, and didn't happen last year, but this year looks good for him. And surfing is ready, so I hope he can get some good results on the QS, and I'll be cheering for sure. I know it's not easy, but he's still really young, and he's got a lot of time to do, but his surfing is ready, and he just has to find a good rhythm.
And talk about yourself. A couple of weeks ago when you packed your boards to come out to the Gold Coast, could you have imagined you'd have surfed in 2 contests at D-Bar?
No, I didn't actually. I was surfing only rides back home, trying to get ready for snapper, and then ended up running the comp here. I'm psyched for sure. I love going left, especially against the wind.
And apart from you two guys, who are the biggest threats to take this one out?
Nito, and I think Yago's gnarly. He got all the grabs and airs, so a bit gnarly. I just, keep with my moves, try the normal air, reverse, and yeah, I just enjoy it. And it's cool because we're in neighborhoods, and we're here. It's weird and fun at the same time. It's good weird.
And Yago, who's your tip?
I don't know. Everyone's so gnarly, and it's kind of hard to find a good ramp. So whoever finds a sick ramp is gonna land something crazy, and you just need that to happen.
Well, if you make the final, good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Back up to you, boys.
Thank you, Binzi. Yeah, definitely no shortage of ramps out there. The wind's ideal, and I think Yago's right. One of these guys is going to stick something exceptional in the final to claim the first win of the year in this 3-event series. At the moment, Italo Ferreira still holding on to the #1 spot. And Chipper Wilson in danger of being pushed out of the top 6. We're going to take a quick break. We'll find out who's going to crack the final here in just a moment.
Two dogs and 2 cats. My new dog is crazy. Whey, the whey protein. He's the pit bull. He's scary sometimes. He eat my board. He eat the tails and fins. And I like to surf, so it's food.
Just over 13 minutes remaining in the last qualifying heat before the final of the Red Bull Airborne Series event here on the Gold Coast. Filipe Toledo, he's currently holding on the 5th position, but there is some he's in 6th position, sorry, but some seriously dangerous competitors behind him. Harry Bryan starting to really warm up. Reef Hazelwood stomped a couple of good ones to get himself in a position to qualify for the final. It's going to be a great lineup no matter what happens, but Italo still out in front after the first 2 qualifying rounds at the moment. He's out in the lineup now, trying to better a 5.17 to shore up that place. Yago Dora's looking the goods. Mateus Herdy, we just heard from those boys. Interesting just thinking about the evolution of the Brazilian air surfer. Jadson Andre, great aerialist. Gabriel Medina. But since those 2 guys kind of started really catching fire through their junior years, there's been a whole nother cast of guys that have joined them.
Yeah, even the first early years when I started doing the QS, it wasn't that common for people to be doing big airs in heats. And the Brazilians always had air reverses on lock. Like, there'll be a new guy, new name that you've never heard of who does 20-foot air reverses, and that's, you know, his strength. Nowadays, everyone has it in their repertoire. Like, oh, Kobe looked like he got a slob, exploded. But yeah, nowadays everyone has it in their repertoire. It's kind of weird if you can't pull an air reverse, you know, out of the bag in a heat. So it is crazy to see those Brazilians, the evolution of them having that as their strength.
Definitely, yeah. I just think that watching those guys get onto the CT, use those manoeuvres to such good effect has just encouraged this next generation. Guys like Mateus Herdy, you know, and there is a whole tribe of them coming up and through the QS ranks at the moment. We've seen a couple of them join the CT this year. Pedersen Crisanto always had a great air reverse. David Silva's pretty proficient above the lip.
Judson's a really good example too. Like, remember when he won that event in Brazil, the World Tour event? He was doing like multiple air reverses on the waves. Like, I remember that long left, and he would bust, you know, 3 on one wave, and the judges had to give him a score, right?
I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Judson's like their original air guy. You know, definitely there was people doing airs before him, but he was the guy that really focused on that air reverse. And there was a guy in Australia who was kind of similar, Kirk Flintoff, and they both just got absolutely punished for it. It was so bizarre that they were doing this innovative progressive surfing and doing really inverted versions of that turn, and they were kind of being hammered for it by the other surfers and also by the media. And eventually the judges, it felt like, reacted a little bit and didn't throw them scores for those turns, and eventually they both fell off tour.
Yeah, well, it was pretty crazy watching Judson in those last 3 Kiwis. He just went first, second in those Kiwis. He's basically qualified for next year. And a lot of his waves, not taking anything away from Judson. He's an unbelievable surfer as well. But he was doing just air reverses, massive frontside air reverses. Like, he was getting 6s, 7s, and, you know, it's the Kiwi. You don't need massive heat totals on the Kiwi to progress in those like 4-man heats. Like, a couple 6s usually could get you through. But yeah, and sure enough, that's how consistent he was from that frontside air reverse.
Yeah, he could have almost pulled a jersey on today in surf, because he did actually get eliminated out of the second round of the main event here today. But I just love chatting with you, Cruzy, because being a QS campaigner, qualifying series campaigner yourself, I know you guys have these sort of slang terms that you throw around, the QE, the Q. Back on the QE. As we see Italo there, just spinning across the lip. Breakdancing.
Yeah, it's a few of the American boys actually came up with the QE, and then we decided that we may as well call it the Dewey for the juniors. And we don't really have a cool name for the World Tour. It's just the World Tour. Here goes Reef, massive section. Huge straighty.
Hanging on to it.
Oh. If he had pulled that may have bettered his biggest score. He would have climbed up. Here goes Filipe. It's not looking like this wave's going to give him a section.
It's obviously pretty turbulent out there in the white water, but, you know, there's certain locations that you just wouldn't go for airs in the past, and these days guys are heading to those spots where there is maybe reef underneath. In Hawaii in particular, you're just seeing such big airs. The wind obviously helps, but that was just incredible how Italo forced that move there.
Yeah, he basically just got up, did a bottom turn, and threw out an air. That was what me and Josh were talking about earlier. When it's lipping out like that, you got to throw the air out so you can clear that sort of projection from the lip landing, so you don't land in the trough and nail yourself. Here he goes again. Millionth wave, but nah, not interested.
Just under 7 minutes remaining here. Kobe Perkovic getting a wave there, no section on offer. Let's get a bit of an idea of what's happening down there in the judging area with Chris Binns.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Just thought we'd give you a little bit of a look at what's going on back here, because when we're normally over at Snapper, it's more of a larger scale setup, but here it's like a good old-fashioned board riders club. We're in a tent. All the judges are behind us. A few power cats in amongst them. Hey, Kersey, how you going?
Good, mate. Good, mate. Just got back. I'm like sweating. I've been running to Snapper and back, and but all good. Just making sure the boys are all happy in here in the booth. They all seem to be doing an epic job, nailing those scores for all the boys, I think, today. And excited to see the final, that's for sure. We're still got a pretty exciting heat going on right now that a couple of the guys could move their way into top 6. Pretty heavy hitters.
Yeah, and as opposed to a normal sort of heat scenario where you're competing against the guys who are in the water with you, with the leaderboard, you're just competing against everyone else who's caught a wave.
Right, exactly. And, there's definitely a couple of guys that are leaving it to last minute, like guys like Kalani Davies. Landed a couple, but hasn't landed that big one yet to really get himself in. Kobe Perkovic out there, and Reef. I think Reef's already got himself into the top 6 now, so he's just at the mercy of these other guys that could bump him out.
And at the moment, we've got 3 CT guys up against 3 air guys. That was the same scenario that played out in France last year. That excite you a little bit?
It is. I love that kind of dynamic, because realistically, there's the best. It's a mix of both. That's what this platform's about, is to bring those two emerging talents and platforms together for them to just go at it head to head.
So in a CT, there'd normally be 5 judges here. You've got the replay screens behind us. Just the 3 judges here, Shane Beshin, Patamo Aran and Lily Pereira. And they've got their work cut out for them today.
Thank you, Vinci. Well, just on 5 minutes to go, Reef Hazelwood has really wound things up in this second qualifying heat. We had a feeling that he'd bring a lot more to this second heat because he had an absolute shocker yesterday. Couldn't even land the simplest of airs. And today he's landing straight airs, boning his airs out, getting some nice grabs in there too. So he's going to, I think, maybe even jump further up the leaderboard now. He was already in 5th position, but he might leapfrog Mitch Parkinson and possibly Mateus as well. Italo up at the moment. Trying to spin that one.
It's Filipe's in that danger spot right now. You got Harry looking to better his airs, and then obviously Kobe's down the line as well. So Filipe would be hoping to better either his best air or even just land something as well, just to lock him in for the final. It'd be sick to see him in the final. But then again, love to see him stop something too.
Maybe they should just have an 18-man final cruise if you're going to get upset about people not making it, mate. But here we go. Reef Hazelwood. Love the way he really pushed that tail out at the end there. Ronnie Blakey with Mitch Cruz, and a special guest joining us now, Finn McGill, who took part in the event. Finn, what did you make of that one?
That was pretty gnarly, actually. It's really hard out there. I mean, I surfed in the first heat, and it's really wonky and weird and kind of all over the place, but I mean, that's hard to do.
Really hard to do, and it just continues to blow my mind just how much Reef Hazelwood has come on in kind of the last 6 months. He just keeps dropping amazing vision. It's kind of the sort of surfing that's got the world's best surfers on the championship tour really taking notice of his talent, and he's turned up here today after not landing at an air at all yesterday in this competition, and he's stomped now 3 big airs.
Yeah, he must be pretty fired up, like considering yesterday how many attempts and not to ride out anything, and now he's putting away multiple scores and he's just moving up. He just leapfrogged Mitch Parkinson, so yeah, that's 1 extra spot there, and Filipe, right on that cut line, but he'd have to be a good chance to take this thing out, young Reef.
Oh, for sure, and it would probably really work in his favour. He's actually kind of been advertising an air camp recently with Surfing Australia, so we'll see if he can get the job done.
Here goes Harry. Looks like he's looking for it. Doesn't look like it's going to give him much.
Or is it?
Yeah.
Here he goes, loading up. Harry gets out of there. Just around 2 minutes remaining now, and time is running out. Filipe Toledo's been pushed back in a 6th spot, so he's going to be feeling pretty anxious out there at the moment. Chris Chipper Wilson, he was pushed out of the final with Reef's ascension up the leaderboard here. But there's still some people within reach. Harry Bryant, he can do it with a big air. Kobe Perkovic is out there at the moment, and Kalani David too. Kobe just not getting the release out of the lip that he wanted there. But Finn, really great to have you out here in Oz, mate. And we've seen you attacking qualifying events. We've seen you win through the trials at the Pipe Masters, and really fun for you to come and take part in this contest. Something a little different.
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, it's amazing here. It's a lot different, this contest. It's quite nerve-wracking, to be honest. You've just never done it before, and I mean, I haven't before, and it's weird to go out, and usually when you're trying airs, you're going out by yourself, and for me too, I like to go to places where no one's at, so I can just keep riding and no one's looking, and I don't know, I felt almost like embarrassed a little bit when
huge pun.
Wow. Oh, goodness. Well, Filipe had been a little quiet, hadn't he?
Yeah,
and that was timely. Unbelievable. Completely inverted. Upside down. This guy's become famous for this. He did a similar kind of turn, probably a bigger version of it to win Manoeuvre of the Year at the WSL Awards. And he's pulled it out just in time to potentially shore up a place in the final here of the Red Bull Airborne event. Italo going all out as well, but cannot wait to see a replay of this huge backside air reverse. And Finn, I'm going to get you to talk us through it.
Yeah, he looks like rocky lefts right here. He's stalling, pump, and then he almost lost his footing right there. Wow. That was, I think, one of the best air reverses I've seen this comp.
Wow.
He was upside down. Oh my goodness.
If you cast your mind back to Filipe Toledo pre-championship tour, it was a similar turn at rocky lefts, which kind of put him on the map.
Yeah.
And it was a massive
He like gapped the whole section.
That was huge.
That was like a front flip. He literally approached it like he was going to do a front flip, like tucked his head and just his board come up over his body, and somehow he's managed to bring it underneath him and just stop the thing.
It's amazing how air style has evolved too. Filipe, you know, he kind of has that ability to drop that back knee down, which kind of just adds to the aesthetic, but he can really open up that stance to stick a big air. But have a look out the back here. Kobe on the inside. Reef Hazelwood on the outside. Ooh. Another big attempt at a bit of a shifty there. Didn't quite ride out of that one. But Reef should be safe. And I think he's earned his place in the final, but waiting on the numbers to come through for Toledo. He'll be in that final as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing to see that he's riding a round tail too. Like the thing that I've noticed with Filipe and Italo, they ride rounded tails on their surfboards, which is kind of strange because it's nice to have that area behind the back fin when you land in airs, especially backwards, because it feels like when you land backwards, your board is going to bite and you're going to get stuck. I don't know if you feel the same way, Finn, or...
I mean, I've never really thought about that, but it sounds right. I mean,
Yeah, well, they just land full rotation anyway, so...
No.
Oh, that was unbelievable. Filipe Toledo earning a spot into the final of the main event. Stay with us. We'll have a preview show to the final in just a moment.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Airborne Series. Down here with the guy who just blew up in the last heat, Filipe Toledo. Mate, how much fun was that?
Oh yeah, that was fun. I actually waited the whole heat to do that. But you know, it's really fun. The wind's perfect. There's some crazy ramps, so it's just hard to find them. But when you find them, it's insane.
Run us through that big full rotation.
Oh yeah, it was. I was actually just waiting. I knew like Riff just had a sick one, and I was just like, fuck, I just need one more. And then this little wave came through. It looked like perfect, so I was just like, that's it. That's my only chance, you know. And I just went for it. You know, the wind kind of like almost took my board off, you know. So I was like, oh, by the middle of the air, I knew I was gonna land it. And, you know, like my body and everything was right. So I was like, oh, thank God, you know. But yeah, stoked to meet it, and yeah, just happy to be in the final with another 2 Brazilians. Which is cool. We are all in the comp as well. Yeah, let's go out there and do some bigger airs.
How much does surfing with Yago and Italo push you personally? Like, those guys are crazy in the air.
Oh yeah, they're gnarly. You know, especially going left with the wind right now. It's perfect for forehand. You can just like boost it and go higher and higher. Which is backside, you gotta like trying to mix it up a little more and do different stuff. But now in that last heat, I was just trying to go classic and, you know, like just land the air and, you know, like just be in the final. But now it's the final. Let's just try something else.
Have you seen the first prize trophy?
Oh, not really. No, I'm excited.
It's a pretty crazy guitar, so good luck going and trying to get your hands on it.
I already got a guitar from the US Open 2014, so that would be cool to have another one.
This one's better. All right, we're copying all sorts of laundry in the head. Back up to you guys in the box. On you, Filipe.
Yeah, brother.
Thank you, Vinzi. Filipe looking to add to his guitar collection today. He has cracked the final, and what a final it is. After the success of the Red Bull Airborne event over there in France last year, they have upped the frequency of these events. A 3-event series this year and kicking off on the Gold Coast. And today we had the best conditions that we've had for a Red Bull Airborne event. And we saw a huge air. Filipe just reviewing his own work. Pretty impressive stuff. An air like that might be enough to see you take first place, $20,000 up for grabs. But it was a pretty impressive performance once again from the Championship Tour competitors, similar to what happened in France. I think there was 3 CT surfers in that final, 3 CT surfers here, but also some young guns making it through as well. And Mitch, it's going to be fun to pick your brain about those guys because you surf with these guys all the time.
Well, yeah, I think Yago's the only guy who made the final in France, right? And
he took it out.
Yeah, so he's going to defend his title, and then you've got Italo Filipe, Mateus the young buck, Reef the young buck, and then the local boy Mitch Parker. It's going to be a cracker of a final. Can we get beers down here to watch this, or is that not allowed?
Have a Red Bull, mate. Help yourself. The fridge is right there.
Red Bull, are you kidding?
Get the heart started.
Nah, sick final. Can't wait, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be sick. I'm going to be psyched to see this because you got a bunch of air guys, and then you got like the local Mitch Parkinson, and I've seen him go crazy out there, so...
Mitch had a pretty good air, didn't he, in that second round. But let's dive into some of the highlight manoeuvres so far. This is from yesterday. Italo Ferreira went on a bit of a tear to get himself to the top of the leaderboard. Just so solid. His strike rate is unbelievable.
Yeah, all his scores were yesterday afternoon too. I don't think he actually completed one this afternoon. So yeah, he's gonna be hard to beat. You know, like he's so frothing too, which makes him, you know, obviously hungry for the win.
Amazing how he loads up, Finn. It has so much torque in his upper body, but he almost extends off the lip and then somehow is able in that transition to somehow find his board back under his feet just before he lands.
Yeah, I don't get it. I've surfed so many times at off the wall with him during the Triple Crown because he stays right there, and it's unbelievable. He does like 10-foot airs on dry reef.
When I think about the surfers in the final that really bone their airs out more than any others, I think it's Italo and Reef Hazelwood for me. When they do a straight air, they get halfway through that air, they'll extend the back foot, push the tail out, and there's just something about that turn that, you know, obviously takes a lot of influence from skateboarding, but it's kind of becoming the benchmark of aerial surfing now when you can bone out those straight airs, and especially when you're not even grabbing. That, to me, is the most impressive thing.
And that's what's so refreshing to see Reef doing these massive straight airs too. You know, he's getting rewarded for those big boned out things, and that's what's, to me, he's kind of my favourite for the final. I think I'd like to see him see him win. I think he's got a pretty good chance, and it'd be cool to see him get the win over the guys like Filipe and Italo, who are just psychos, you know. But you can't sleep on Yago either.
No, he's going to be really tough to beat. But let's check out some highlights from that last heat, because we knew it was a stacked heat. We knew there'd be some movement on the leaderboard. That was the case. Reef making a big charge to get into the top 6. Have a look at some of the moves he laid down. Nice big slob.
I didn't see that. That was crazy.
I think it's just part of his natural technique, his movement, that sees that tail kind of kick out. And Filipe, he was a bit of a sleeper throughout the heat, but certainly gave us the highlight moment of today's qualifying rounds with a huge backside air reverse to finish.
Yeah, it was a shame Harry just couldn't find that extra punt to get him a spot into the final, but yeah, Italo, you know, just doing his thing.
Such a space cadet, and just love the way he approaches those sections and just forces those airs out.
That was awesome. He had no speed in that too and managed to ollie up the lip, which just launched him really high, and then obviously Felipe's front flip basically and just rode out of the thing. And yeah, it's going to be a cracking final, and I think the conditions are improving too as the tide comes in. It's so wishy-washy out the back. Like, it's going to focus more on the sand and present more like steeper ramps.
Some better ramps for sure. Well, the conditions are looking good for the final of the Red Bull Airborne Series. The competitors are getting set. Chris Binns is down there on the beach.
Hazelwood is getting ready for the final, waxing all the way to the beak of the nose. A few complaints earlier, mate. You were wearing headphones. I don't think that's allowed back here.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
There's no psych-up zone. There's no Swiss balls. There's no protein bars. But we'll let you off. What's the plan for the final?
Just go out there, have fun. Guess kind of do what I just did then. Try and go as big as possible. So keep it simple. I'm in the black. It's plain and simple. Should be out there.
Run us through the last few months of your life, because you lost your major sponsor and then you've just gone on an absolute tear. Was that the kick in the pants you needed to step things up a bit?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I always kind of was working hard, but after that, it definitely gave me, like, I could work 10% harder, and it's been amazing. And I can't believe how blessed I've been to get some of the results I have. So yeah, it's awesome.
Well, don't think about the 25 grand first prize and go out there and win it.
Yeah, I will. No, the plan's just to have fun, and, you know, whatever happens, happens. So, yeah.
Epic philosophy. All right, the best unsponsored surfer in the world, Reef Hazelwood, about to compete in the final of the Red Bull Airborne Series.
Thank you, Binzi. Well, this is a great contest, but that would actually be a really good contest to watch, wouldn't it? The battle for who is the best unsponsored surfer in the world. There is a few guys at the moment that would definitely give Reef a run for his money, but he's up there. He's definitely up there.
Yeah, he's right up there.
Well, this is going to be a lot of fun. Yago Dora gearing up. He's going to be hard to beat. Great strike rate, lots of variation in his grabs, can rotate, can actually get completely inverted. But let's check out our finals lineup here for the Red Bull Airborne event. The first stop in a 3-event series. We'll also have these contests unfolding at Keramas over there in Bali and also back in Europe. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see who is the champ at the end of it all. But there is a big prize purse up for grabs here today. Italo Ferreira will be in the red, Filipe Toledo in the yellow, Yago Dora in the blue, Mateus Herdy in the green, Reef Hazelwood will be in the black, and Mitch Parkinson in the white. Man, the Brazilians, they just cannot be stopped. And no surprises, I think, to see them really excelling in this contest.
Yeah, definitely, and it's pretty evenly matched. You know, you got 3 regular footers and 3 goofies as well. So we're no doubt going to see a lot of spinning going on. We're going to see some backside air reverses and frontside air reverses. So, you know, let's see who can get creative and really stand out from the pack.
I think that it will be the message from Josh Kerr too, standing behind the judging panel. He'll be like, hey, you know, we see a lot of similar airs, aerial moves that are kind of high frequency at the championship tour level. Let's look for something different. Let's look for the guy that's really looking to push the progression and getting a little bit more innovative. Looks pretty happy though, doesn't he, Finn?
Yeah, very happy. Yeah, I was actually thinking back to the Filipe Air. And from a skater's perspective, I used to skate growing up. It was a lot like a McTwist, like the same exact rotation. Like if he would have just thrown in a slob, that would have been called a McTwist. So, I mean, that would be amazing to see if a surfer did a Mick twist, because I've never seen one before.
Well, we saw the one from Yago in the wave pool that,
yeah,
it was just a straight up Mick twist. But that was definitely hyper inverted from Filipe there. It kind of gets to the point where you're going, is it the rotation or is he more flipping through the air? It's kind of the combination of the two, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wacko's such a great opportunity to try like new stuff for all these air guys. Like they actually have a skate ramp now, and like to have that ramp coming at you over and over again, and everyone being able to try all these new tricks, it's actually pretty crazy.
It's funny when you're watching a lineup like D-Bar just kind of deteriorate through an event. Usually you're going, no, the conditions are getting crummy. You know, the last couple of heats are going to be average. But looking at the lineup right now, I think it's perfect for what we're looking for.
Yeah.
A bit of wind, lots of sections, and obviously with those onshore breezes, it kind of ramps up the frequency of the set waves. So we'll see what unfolds here, but we'll bring up the judging criteria. And obviously you reviewed this, Finn, pretty closely competing in the event. How'd you go?
Yeah, I didn't really review it that well. I probably should have. Yeah.
Come on, mate.
But I probably should have read that. But yeah, we kind of understood it. We all kind of understood what Josh was going for.
Definitely.
But yeah, I feel like it's just going as hard and as fast as you can at the section and going as high as you can. And I think Josh is really trying to push for new stuff, creative. So it'd be cool to see someone do something that's never been done before.
Definitely. Well, I can see already just that I think, you know, the influence of having these events unfold in conjunction with Championship Tour events, the influence that is going to have on the judging panel. I think when they're looking at straight airs now, they're going to be thinking about airs like we saw from Reef Hazelwood, like airs that we've seen from Noah Dean in the past, where they are pushing that tail out, you know, and that's just one small part of it. And then just getting a little bit, I think, more attentive to the different grab variations that are happening, because there is certainly harder grabs than others, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. And also I feel like there's a lot of guys that, how do I say this, aren't on the radar really, and it's really pushing them to try new tricks to try to make it into this contest. And there's going to be a lot of airs going down, I think, in the next couple of years, because there's so many guys that know they can do it, but they're just not on the radar.
Hey, what would you think is the hardest grab for you personally?
Matters which direction, kind of, but I feel like anything lean. So, like, if you're going frontside air, it's like a melon grab. And I actually prefer backside to do indie grabs, which is personal preference, but I feel like a stalefish backside is pretty hard.
Yeah, you see very little of those going down. I mean, Ian Crane's a guy who's been doing a lot of backside stalefish air reverses recently in his Instagram videos and stuff. But
they're just really hard to land. It throws you out and not easy.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? The different grabs kind of put your body into sometimes a different rotation. They can kind of flatten out the way you're trying to sort of move through the air. If you're leaning back, sometimes it puts you off center and off balance for the landing. But we're just moments away from kicking off the final here of the Red Bull Airborne Series event. Great lineup. We had 18 amazing competitors. Lucky enough to have Finn McGill here with us in the booth to call a few of the big moments here in this last heat. And here we go, Duranbar Beach, turning it on. Great conditions for this final. Italo Ferreira, Filipe Toledo, Yago Dora, Mateus Herdy, Reef Hazelwood, and Mitch Parkinson fighting it out for the big prize purse. And Mateus just hanging back to the power source. That wave didn't cooperate, didn't offer up a section on the inside.
It's kind of weird what he was doing there.
And 3 big turns.
Yeah, 3 massive turns. Maybe it was just a relocation wave to give themselves a bit of space from everyone.
or maybe getting his feet in the wax.
It's interesting seeing how these guys set up for those airs from the takeoff, you know, especially in an event like this where you're only really looking for one manoeuvre. You don't need to flow from one turn into the next, and quite often you see them kind of almost stomping on the tail and just not looking to dig a rail in, but just stand back and wait for the wave to kind of steepen up.
Yeah, just staying in the power source maybe to get ready.
We were commenting earlier on, it's amazing how good these guys are at generating speed over a really short distance, and it's probably something that guys that aren't famous for airs could actually sort of pay attention to. Just it could really help you in just your normal heat surfing.
Definitely.
Well, look at Filipe Toledo, where he places his board and where he generates his speed from on a ride. He can kind of pump his board in the top third of the cupped out face of the wave and just generates so much speed in a short distance, sometimes even getting air through his bottom turns when he has that big projection towards a section. But here's what he did to get into the final.
Yeah, absolutely massive head down and just puts his board straight over the top of his body and pulls it underneath him. And yeah, the landing looked pretty gnarly on that section. What do you reckon, Finn? Like,
I definitely wouldn't be able to make it through that.
What do you do in that situation? We'll get back to that in a moment as we see Italo on one of the better looking sections so far in the final. Loading up for something big, goes to the air, gets the grab, and plants it. Clean landing.
Smiling at the judges.
Yeah, oh, the final's off to a good start. And there's a big crowd sitting on the rock wall there watching it unfold. They would have got a great view of just how much height he was able to generate out of the pocket there.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to just activate now. First air, he's stuck one now. He's going to just basically like just turn into robot mode.
Look out. Here comes the response from Toledo. Loading up. And now stands on that tail. We were talking about that a moment ago. Unfortunately, that wave just a little foamy on the inside, so he's out of there. But Italo's going to take the early lead here. The slate has been clean. The scores have been wiped. It's a fresh scorecard for these competitors, and this is a big start.
Yeah, wow. He just like come straight out of the bowl and just hucked it straight into the wind, and like it looked like he almost wasn't going to ride out, but his foot basically is in the nose, and he managed to just project himself out enough to ride out. But yeah, epic start for Italo. He's going to be feeling pretty pumped on that.
Finn, are you like me? You see this turn so frequently. Toledo loading up. It doesn't quite stick that one. We're going for the varial. But are you like me? Do you see so many air reverses? You've got to almost watch them in slow-mo to appreciate just how gnarly they actually are, height-wise.
Yeah, definitely. And then you see like the little, they do like little things. Every air reverse is kind of different, but there's little kind of things that separate them almost.
It's fun just really breaking down the technique. You could see his front foot slide forward once he'd launched into the air. It's almost switching your stance so you can ride out of the thing backwards.
Yeah.
In fakie, and you know, all the best aerialists, they have a lot of movement on the deck of their board. That's the reason for waxing right up to the nose. I only wax my board just past the tail pad. I'm like one of those. I grew up in a generation where you didn't have a wide stance because it was kind of considered looking ugly. So, you know, you kind of tried to keep both feet on your tail pad.
Yeah, are you a wax to the nose guy, Finn, or are you just...
You're full deck, mate. I saw.
Oh, you're full deck.
I had a front pad on today. I was trying it out. I don't usually have that, but I'm kind of... I give myself like a little foot. I don't know, it's just a weird thing I do, but like a little foot from the nose. Oh, sorry, I'm saying foot, and we're in Australia. So I don't know how to say that in Australian.
Yeah, no, you nailed it. When we're talking surfboards, we talk, yeah, we talk feet and inches in surfboards. Yeah, everything else is centimeters.
Yeah, but yeah, I give myself a little room. I don't know. I like to look down at like a clean board. So like when you're paddling, it's just a weird habit I have. When you're paddling, you can't really see your wax when the water's going over it. And like I have my sticker up there, and I like to have like a clean sticker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand.
Only thing that's clean in my life.
Yeah, it sounded a little bit weird if we did say boards in centimeters. I got a new 182 centimeter chili. It's so nice.
A 2 meter 20 centimeter board. Sounds weird.
I got a new 3 meter gun.
Dude, stop.
Yeah, too much.
Too much.
We've still got a lot of time left on the clock here. Everyone is 1-7 is the number they got to beat. At least it's an easy equation. It's not the total of 2 rides. It's your best air. Go out there and stick something monster and you'll be a chance at winning here. And I guess that's the easiest way to kind of summarise the criteria once you get to this point in the competition. Yes, technical airs will be rewarded. Yes, we want to see a lot of height.
Well, yeah, now that you're in the final, you got
gotta
nothing
go
to
big.
lose. Yeah, you're just hucking what you can, going at the biggest section and just trying to stop the thing, really. There's Italo's one again. Like, that was massive. And he tapped that indie grab and just managed to balance himself out. And yeah, that is the benefit of waxing to the nose right there.
Yeah, that was a really solid start. But I feel like all those kind of cute shove-its, varials, maybe even those smaller kind of big spins, they'll probably be put in the back pocket now and saved for another day. It felt like they were kind of exhibition manoeuvres, maybe moves to find backup numbers in those qualifying rounds. I don't think that's what's going to win through here today. Maybe a huge big spin off a section could do it, but it just feels like a big straight air, maybe a huge air reverse is going to win through in this final. Well, Mitch Parkinson there trying to line something up. The rights have been pretty hard to get some pop out of without losing contact with your equipment.
Yeah, the wind's blowing the opposite way, so kind of when you hit the section, your board just goes like away from you too fast.
Yeah,
no time to grab it.
It's like a plane taking off at the airport. They basically work out which way the wind's blowing, face that way, and that's where you get the ultimate lift off. It's the same with surfing. If you want to get major height, you know, if you don't want to crash, then you want to be going into that wind. And here we go. This is Mateus Herdy. Oh, having a good day. Just gets tangled up with his equipment. Mark McMorris, snowboarding Olympian, was in here earlier on, just shrieking when people were actually wiping out next to their boards. And it is kind of puzzling, isn't it? You know, we get the odd fin chop, you come into contact with your board pretty often, but it's strange that it just doesn't happen more often.
Yeah, and those guys are landing on, you know, earth and ground when they stack. You know, we got water to break our fall, you know, like we're pretty lucky that we can try stuff and not get as smoked as they do. You know, skaters, you know, you're falling, you're landing on hard ground. So we're actually pretty lucky to have water to break our fall on a few airs, but those injuries are getting more common, definitely in surfing, but it is usually landing or getting a board in the head or fin or something weird happening, really.
The problem on the Gold Coast is getting someone else's board in your head.
Boy.
Yeah, that happened to me the other day. I did it, though.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
26 minutes remaining here, and still just the one number on the board so far. Mitch Parkinson's going to try and change that now. Loading up for something big.
Make it.
And he's going to hang on to this one.
Sick.
And he loves it. Mitch Parkinson looking to challenge Italo. And that's probably going to be pretty up there. It was a different version of the same move. Backside, obviously. But was his off a bit more of a section. Italo kind of forced his out of the pocket.
Yeah, I'll be surprised in what they go with this, because they're just two different airs, kind of. I mean, he went off of a big section, but it was a smaller wave. And they both weren't very cleanly ridden out, but they were both amazing airs.
I like this one better, personally. I just, the way he landed it.
Yeah.
And off a section, maybe I'm just a little old school, but I like my airs off a section. Thank you very much. It just seemed you can kind of come at a section with a bit more power, almost. You know, it sort of seems like a funny thing to say, but I think the aerial pioneers, guys like Martin Potter, guys like Matt Archibald, even Luke Egan back in the day, when they would do an air, they would be launching through the lip, almost like a power turn, and projecting off the lip that way. They didn't really have that same pop, so they used power to explode out of those sections.
Yeah, that ramp that Mitch just had was basically as perfect of a ramp as you could want, especially backside, because it had that really soft landing too. And when he was coming down, it was basically like it was just real light. But yeah, judges weren't frothing it. They only gave it a 5.77, not as good as Italo's, which, yeah, they're calling the shots. What do you reckon, Finn?
Well, Shane Beshan's down there.
I mean, maybe they didn't like his claim or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe they were off his claim.
I think the 5.77 was for the claim, and the score for the air's yet to come. 24 minutes remaining here, and Italo still hanging on to the lead. So I think when you really look closely at those two waves, there was a real difference in the height of the wave itself. Obviously, I don't know. I'm kind of split on that one.
Yeah, I think you might, I don't know, maybe it's different watching on the footage. Maybe it was a smaller wave in real life, but yeah, you know, the judges are down there making the decision, but
and it's a good panel.
At least it leaves the door open for someone to, you know, do something huge as well still.
Well, Josh has sort of stepped into a head judge role. Here he goes, Reef Hazelwood. Whoa, that's a little different.
That was weird.
Was he going for a front flip?
What was that?
Didn't quite get the...
Is that a make?
It looked like a dolphin, like, you know, when a dolphin comes out and goes back in.
It was a straight up ollie and he landed on the nose.
It was a 5.77.
We're waiting on the...
Yago.
The numbers to see if he gets anything for that. Yago. Kind of just cannonballing out of the sky there. But I wanted to ask you, Finn, like, it seems that as the airs have gotten bigger and the landings have gotten heavier, especially just watching Filipe in that last qualifying, it looked like he kind of had sort of soft knees. I don't know if that makes any sense, as he was sort of coming down out of the sky. You know, like typically back in the day, guys like to really plant their airs, but he was just almost waiting to feel the cushion of the whitewater so he could react to just that quick reaction to that water so he could find somewhere to land. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think it was the different landings too, though, because when you go to flat, you kind of want a hard landing. Not super hard, but like you want to kind of feel your board and have it land correctly in the water surface. But with that, it's kind of, you don't know where your board's gonna go, so you're kind of just waiting for your board to plant, and then you kind of...
Then you're committing.
Yeah, commit.
So you're almost just waiting for that feeling of just reconnection to the water before you actually start sort of engaging your muscles and trying to ride out of those turns, because you kind of get a little last-minute chance to kind of bail out of those moves to the flats if you do that.
Yeah.
Maybe we just went down a big rabbit hole. I'm not sure. 21 and a half minutes remaining here. And, well, one thing is very clear. What you need to do to be victorious in this Red Bull Airborne event is overcome Italo Ferreira, who banked a 7.17 pretty early on in the piece. Mitch Parkinson gave it a run, got a 5.77. Not much from our other competitors so far. Yago had a shot at it, but the wind looks like it's starting to pick up. Yago's got a section standing up in front of him here. Can't ride out though. Mateus Herdy looking for somewhere to take flight. It's not going to happen.
Looks like there's a big rain squall right now. It's probably going to go offshore for like a couple minutes, which is bad. We don't want that. And then hopefully back on shore so everyone can huck airs still.
Yeah, these rain squalls are pretty annoying too, because you're pumping down the line into the wind, and all the rain feels like it's coming at you like BB guns. It hurts like real bad. So you'll see a couple guys maybe like putting their hand over their eyes and stuff, but I don't know, we'll see.
Well, it looks pretty difficult out there at the moment. Now, even though you might find a section, you've got to be really careful where you decide to put that board above the lip, because we have been seeing people throughout the day kind of losing contact with their equipment once they get out of the water. Seems like you definitely got to kind of rotate the board around into the oncoming breeze.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what you've noticed most of the boys are really doing. Like even on those smaller sections, like Yago's been doing it, just throwing it out into the wind and just letting the tail sail around and then landing, coming like almost full rotation. But yeah, it looks like the boys might be just getting kind of washing around right now, but hopefully it'll settle down after the rain squall.
Who's your favourite aerialist, Finn?
I gotta say Chippa. I went to Waco with him, and he was doing some crazy stuff. Like, it was amazing to see. And just his, like, cat-like reflexes. And I also like Matt a lot.
Matt Miola.
Matt Miola. He has some crazy landings. And I don't know how he doesn't break his knees or ankles or legs. But, yeah, those two guys are my favorite. And even Kalani David, his make percentage on that backside four rotation is unbelievable. I mean, I grew up surfing with him at Rocky Lefts, and we'd surf there every day, and he would at least have 4 a session. And it was perfect every time. Just full skater, just landed perfect and rode out and tried another one even.
Yeah, he is definitely a talent, and we love seeing him down here competing in these events. Kalani David, he's so talented. What about you, Mitch Cruz? Who's your favourite aerialist at the moment?
I think I love John's airs. Like, those flip things that he just has on lock are just, it's insane to watch. And like, he does them on such massive waves too, which I think is also like the future of air surfing, is like big airs on big waves. So yeah, he's up there, you know. Not being biased, but also Freestone does some pretty crazy airs as well. And Ryan Callanan, which, you know, he's another guy that should be in this event. There's Italo, just getting crunched. But yeah, Ryan does some unbelievable airs. Like, some of his backside airs are insane. Like, you could go on his Instagram and find some pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, big old cartwheels on the backhand. Ryan Callanan, they're kind of a trademark for him. But Mateus Herdy at the moment loading up, has some speed, has a good section. But comes down before his equipment. Toledo, he's looking for some room to move, for something big on the inside here. And you can tell that the sections are really tough on the rights. Anytime these guys have even sort of threatened to leave the water, their equipment's kind of looking like it wants to race away from them. But let's dive into the 2 best airs we've seen so far in the final here. Italo and Mitch Parkinson. Oh, yeah. You can see it there when you compare the two. Even though Mitch came off a section, have a look at just the whip Italo gets off the top here.
Yeah, it's like Italo's wave is a lot bigger. Mitch's air time, hang time is probably longer, but I think potentially the smaller wave is what kind of hindered his score. And also, Italo really hucked his air out and like really came and pulled it back under himself in control, where like Mitch's was massive, but it was pretty, you know, safe, I guess. Big air, but not too outward, if that makes sense.
It was funny looking at the turns in slow-mo, because their boards were almost doing exactly the same thing. So they used the wind to good effect. They got the board kind of almost facing towards the beach in order to keep it stuck to their feet.
Yeah. I gotta say, I think they're both pretty similar. I think it's just Mitch's ride out was a lot longer. He like laid back, and it took him a while to get back in front of the face, where Filipe was just kind of, Italo's was just rode out, and he was very like stable.
Mitch's was pretty darn big too, watching it back.
Yeah, Italo up at the moment, loading up, so quick in rotation. And that was one thing that Josh Kerr said when he was in here. He said, we want to see these guys grease the landings, and Italo's done that a couple of times now. That version wasn't as high, but equally as impressive with just how swift he's able to spin that board around.
Wow, that was just clean as a whistle right there. He just went straight out. He barely got up, and spun full road right in front of the explosion and just stomped the thing perfectly. What do you reckon, Finn? Do you think better, or?
No, I don't think it's going to go much higher than that last one. I don't know. I didn't see much height on it. It was crazy. I don't know how he did that. But, yeah, there just wasn't much height to it. And yeah, but here's Yago. Oh.
Yago just got a little stuck in the lip there, trying to project. Yeah, I think you're right, Finn. It just, as impressive as those turns are when you're forcing it out of the lip and kind of projecting forward, height is going to win through today in this final. Italo was pretty much in the sky and backwards when he started claiming that manoeuvre, though.
Yeah.
That's how confident he was that he was going to land it.
It happened so fast. He was claiming before we even knew he landed it.
Unbelievable.
Oh, wow, this looks like a good one.
Well, here we go. Is this Reef Hazelwood loading up? This has been where he's found his biggest scores. Has the speed, widens the stance, gets the tweak, bones it out. He'll ride out of the foam. And this guy is making a habit of stomping some of the biggest airs that we've seen in the last couple of months. And he's done it in the final under pressure with the jersey on. The jersey with no sleeves.
Pretty
I like
sick.
that.
Well, I think that just from the conversations that I've been having with Josh lately, that one's going to get him pretty excited, just because there was that little kick on the tail. And even though he probably is capable of a cleaner landing, it was pretty tidy.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
he
that was
really got his tail up. Like, that section didn't look like much, but he just went straight up and just his tail just brung it straight up and under, tweaked it, let go of the rail and just landed perfectly.
You know what I love? It's not just the fact that he tweaks it out, he reels it back in before he lands, and that just accentuates that kick.
I gotta say, I think he has the strongest toes ever.
Yeah.
That's weird saying, but look at his front foot. It's, when he brings it back, it's only his toes on.
It's all toe.
And it's in the same exact spot from where he took off to where he landed.
He's that toey.
I don't get it. It's crazy.
Mate, he is, he's just on another level, confidence-wise at the moment, isn't he, Reef? Because you were on the same team for a long period of time there, Finn. You've obviously seen him surf. Just to explain this massive boost in his performance in the last few months.
Yeah,
Or try to, please.
It's hard to explain it, but we were traveling a lot. He was on Billabong. We were on the same kind of team, like on the QS. We were staying together, full everything together. And then I don't know what happened, but yeah. And it almost seems like after he got let go, it brought a lot of confidence to him, or like
fired him up.
Like almost anger to like go and show everyone that he is the guy. And
he is the guy.
He's definitely showing us that he is. I mean, he finaled that pipe at that 3000, the Vulcan Pipe Pro, and then he's doing amazing on the QSs. He won the trials here, and now he's in second place in the final of the air show.
Unbelievable. Just over 11 minutes to go, and we're going to dive into a replay of that move in just a moment. But right now, we've got the man in white, Mitch Parkinson, looking to throw something at us. Doesn't stick it. Mateus Herdy also getting tangled up in the white water there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll look at some replays in just a moment.
Two dogs and two cats. My new dog is crazy. Whey, you know the whey protein? He's, you know the pit bull? He's scary sometimes. He eat my board, he eat the tails and fins. And I like to surf, so eat food.
Just under 10 minutes remaining in the final here of the Red Bull Airborne Series event. Reef Hazelwood has jumped up into second spot. Italo Ferreira's up once again. Another just hyperactive rotation, but he doesn't stick that one. Still out in front, holding on to the lead with a 717. We've got an expert judging panel. We've got a well-known aerialist in Shane Beshan on the panel, sitting with a couple of the more experienced judges on the championship tour, and Pratamo Ardrent, and also Luli Pereira. But yeah, they just didn't give Reef the nod. I thought he was going to jump up into the lead with that last ride. But there's still time on the clock, 9 minutes remaining. Yago wants a piece of the action. Was that an attempt at a kickflip then? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I actually felt as though Reef should have rivaled Italo's air. I mean, it was pretty massive straight air. Like he technically tweaked it out. Here goes Filipe on a right. Oh, wow. First air on a right we've seen for a while. He didn't even grab too. Going to be interesting what they throw that. Like,
well, you were spot on too, Mitch, about that rain squall that we saw before. The wind has backed off, so that's allowed the right-handers to come into play a little bit more. Filipe making use of that, and you know, that could be danger signs for the guys at the top end if Felipe's got the rights on offer now.
I think the score will be similar to Italo's for rotation. There's not too much height, but it was really gnarly. I mean, I can't do that.
Yeah, there was a lot of things working against him, like wind at the back, really tough landing, but it just wasn't that high, but it was really hard, which is like, you know, the judges should be mindful of that, I guess.
I think that just sort of explains what we've been going on about throughout the day and probably throughout the first two qualifying rounds. Even though things are hard when they're technical, you know, you might get sort of like a tip of the cap or, you know, get some people's eyeballs wide open, but you're probably not going to get yourself a big score. Like if someone does a varial in a CT heat and it's not off a big section, they're not going to get well rewarded for it. Same thing in this event. You know, it's great to see that technical side come into play, but at the end of the day, big is better. Yep. And when it comes to aerials, that's even more so the case. Yago's looking to find a big ramp to launch off here. 7 minutes to go. You know, it could probably be compared to, you know, almost like an X Games event, because, you know, I've gone and watched the big air skateboarding, and to me, as someone who didn't really grow up skating, that was so impressive. And then my 13-year-old who lives at the local skate park, all he wanted to do was watch the street. And to me, after I watched the big air, I went to the street park, and I was like, you know, cool. But I just want to see guys launching 70 feet into the sky and, you know, really trying to stick something ginormous.
Where do you skate, Finn? Are you a vert skater or just park?
Kind of everything. I grew up as kind of a vert skater, and then started getting really hurt doing that, and sponsors weren't too stoked on that when being a surfer. So now I just kind of cruise and hang out and skate the smaller stuff. I mean, you get a lot more injured trying to go 10 feet out of coping, out of the ramp, than just doing little grinds and stuff.
Pretty interesting though that, you know, you have surfers that kind of develop an air game without really any kind of skate influence. It's just something that they, you know, figure out without sort of learning all that kind of technical stuff, which can obviously be very helpful. But also, I just feel like there's guys that focus on aerials and skateboarding is kind of their training, and then there's guys like Reef Hazelwood who go and use trampolines and throw themselves into a pit of foam, and it sort of seems to work.
Yeah,
all the same.
I feel like it's just what you have. I mean, growing up in Hawaii, we didn't have those training facilities and all that.
So you don't have a foam pit in your backyard with a tram?
What? No.
You never had a trampoline growing up?
We did, but hey, I mean, it was the community one, so it kind of just, like, disappeared.
Oh, Yago.
Wow. Make it.
Hanging on. He's bouncing around in the foam.
That is...
Bit of recovery time there, but how's that going to go up against Italo's rotation from the very first, one of the very first waves ridden during the heat? We'll find out in a moment. We might even have to put that side by side with Italo's manoeuvre.
I think it'll be close to Mitch's.
Yeah, that was a big air. I think they're going to kind of cruel him for the landing because he just got stuck in the foam. But that was a massive air. Like it's been pretty close. Everyone's done something pretty solid. I mean, this was a huge huck, straight out, no grab.
That was giant.
I just love Yago's style in the sky as well. Just seems to get his limbs really well placed, nice and compressed.
Little tuck back leg.
Yeah, just super smooth. He kind of starts off as he's launching with that nice, I'd call it a conducive air style to getting above the lift, so widens that stance, but drops his back knee as soon as he's in the sky, and just really cool, gets the wings out. Great to watch. Just under 4 minutes to go, waiting on the numbers to come through for Yago Dora. Will it be enough to challenge Italo for the lead here? Still enough time for Filipe Toledo to make a charge. We saw him do that in the last qualifying heat.
Wow.
So Yago got himself a 6:07 on that occasion. Someone's making a move.
The boys look like they're sitting on each other out there. You reckon they're sitting on each other? No chance.
Oh, I mean, you never know, but I don't think so.
Go, go.
Here goes Reef Hazelwood. Widens that stance, finds the coping, but can't get too high on this occasion.
But I mean, hey, you never know. I mean, there's a lot of money up for grabs, so it could be. I wouldn't.
There's not going to be peer pressure, though. There'll be peer pressure of someone to put some of that money toward a good night out here on the Gold Coast, guaranteed. There's plenty of places to spend it, let me tell you.
Yeah. 20K, that's a big payday, that's for sure.
Well, just on 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining here for someone to make a big statement. Italo's been lucky enough to be hanging on to this lead. Reef Hazelwood's given him the best challenge so far. We've seen some different kind of airs out of the pocket, off the lip, and also a nice big boned out slob from Reef Hazelwood, but no one's been able to get better than a 717.
Filipe's, we didn't really see him have a crack on a few lefts in the final either, which is, you know, kind of a shame after that gigantic one he landed in the last heat.
Well, let's compare two of the highest scoring rides so far. Yago on your right, Italo on your left.
Oh, wow.
I guess there was more height on Italo's, but I think Yago's, I would prefer Yago's more. It just is more natural, kind of like he hit a section. It wasn't as kind of forced and jumped out, but
both really impressive, both getting pretty decent numbers. Mateus Herdy on the inside. Can't bring that one down. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. The competitors are running out of time. Italo still hanging on to the lead. We've got the WSL post show coming up shortly. We're going to be breaking down all that unfolded today. Some huge upsets in the Quicksilver Pro. We said goodbye to a couple of competitors too in the Boost Mobile Pro. So we'll get the full breakdown on everything that's unfolded, but right now, just 60 seconds remaining. Mitch Parkinson, the local boy, taking off. This wave's going to shut down on him. And time is ticking by. Who's in position to make a late charge here?
Yeah, it looks like Italo's got this thing in the bag so far. To beat his air now, you know, not likely.
Well, we knew he was going to be hard to beat, Italo. Such a great strike rate. You know, he found one of the better waves, I think, in the final. That helped him get the job done. And I'm sure there was, you know, some heavy conversation happening between the judges too about the airs, because we did see 3 airs. There wasn't really just the really clear standout. You probably had to dive into some more technical aspects of those manoeuvres in order to find the biggest number. But Italo Ferreira is going to take out the Red Bull Airborne event here on the Gold Coast. Earn himself some prize money and also take a lot of confidence into the Quicksilver Pro.
Yeah, I mean, he's been down the beach at Lovers, punt airs, every free surf. He's got to be pretty stoked to go and get a win already and take take that momentum into his heats in the big smoke.
Italo Ferreira, the 2019 Red Bull Airborne Gold Coast champion. And he's still got a whole lot of surfing to do in the Quicksilver Pro. It's been great to have Mitch Cruz with us throughout the event, a local boy. Cruzy, best of luck in your qualifying series campaign, my friend.
Thanks, brother. It's been great hanging out.
Don't go anywhere just yet. Finn McGill, mate, you couldn't find the sections out there, mate, but we know that you've got the airs in you, and you'll be back. Surely you'll be back.
Hopefully. I don't know about that, but I had a pretty bad showing, so hopefully Josh will give me the invite again.
We'll have a word to him, mate. Don't worry. We'll tell him you did a great job in the booth. I'm sure that will help your cause. But Italo making his way in. That's got to feel good. I mean, he's here, obviously very focused on a title campaign, Cruzy, and getting himself a big result in the Quicksilver Pro. But if you're going to take part in something like this, you want to win it.
Oh, 100%. For sure these boys wanted to win it. Look, he's frothing. He's been having a good time. He's been doing this stuff in his bloody apartment too, on his, you know, on his Instagram and stuff. Like, what a mad dog. Look at them all the Brazilian boys.
I was calling him the off-season Instagram world champion because he just had so many amazing clips, and most of them, Finn, were huge airs. He's a fun follow.
Yeah, really great. I was really stoked on the... Did you watch the backwash air reverse? Where you were surfing a backwash and you did an air reverse and a backwash? I was tripping out on that. That was crazy.
He is a phenomenal talent, very deserving of this Red Bull Airborne title. And he looks pretty amped at the moment. You've got to remember that these guys, they hang in a pretty tight pack. They egg each other on the big results. So for him to get a victory, knowing just how good the 18 competitors in the mix were, means a lot to him.
Yeah, that's something so sick about the Brazilian squad. They just back each other so hard. Like, the camaraderie between them all, it brings the best out of one another. And, like, I think that's something, like, we can all learn from them, is to, you know, really back everyone. It's an individual sport, but it's nice to know that you got the support from your friends and all that. So, yeah, good on them.
And I guess, you know, you could say that about this group of aerialists. You know, they all kind of have each other's backs, and they're all psyched to see something innovative and progressive. They're not competitive with each other as far as getting heat wins or whatever. They just want to see each other push the boundaries, and we've seen that in the last couple of days, because we've seen a great variation of really technical airs and some really big airs as well.
Yeah, definitely. And even in the competitors area, everyone's together and kind of talking and making jokes and stuff, but then you go to like a QS or a CT and they all kind of want their own space. So it's pretty great to see that. And
well, do you have to be able to do aerials to get to the after party, which is unfolding later on? Because
I hope not. I'd like to.
Mate, you're in, Crazy.
I think you just got the 18.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bonus for some of the crew, that's for sure. But Italo absolutely buzzing after getting the victory, and he stitched it up on his first ride in the final. You'd expect nothing less. One of the best aerialists, everyone's new favourite surfer. And, man, he's going to be really hard to stop in each of these Red Bull Airborne events, but also in a hunt for a world title this year. He just looks like a completely switched on character.
Yeah, he's a shoe-in for a world title campaign surely this year, and especially having the event at D-Bar too. Not that Snapper would be any worse for him, but yeah, he's gonna come out all guns blazing for sure.
Yeah, D-Bar's kind of made for him, I feel like.
It was made, that's for sure, and it provides big time. It's been a great day of competition on the men's and women's side on the championship tour, also for the Red Bull Airborne event, and we've had some really committed fans also braving some pretty average weather to watch it all unfold. But right now, it's time to crown our champ. We're going to throw it down to Chris Binns.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Down here just as soon as it starts raining, we are just bringing our first, second and third place getters up to the podium. So, boys, where are they? Yago, Reef and Italo are making their way up. That was the first of this year's Red Bull Airborne Series. Last year we just had the one event in France. Defending champion Yago Dora came back And here we are, first of 3 events. It's promising to be a fantastic tour. Next stop will be at the Corona Bali Pro before we finish off once again back in France, once again at a Quicksilver Pro. All right, we've got Josh Kerr next to us, the commissioner, the godfather of this whole thing. Kersey, pretty happy with what we just saw?
Yeah, absolutely. That was such an exciting final. Definitely could have gone either way with Reef and Italo, 2 completely different styled airs, and there was definitely a good debate in the surface tent who thought what was better and what was worth more. But yeah, that was a great day, and I really want to thank like Red Bull, WSL, all these guys that came and competed. You know, they all just seem so stoked to be a part of it, and just the vibe around these events. I'm just loving exactly why I got it together.
Awesome, thank you very much, Josh. Let's get on with the presentation. In 3rd place from Brazil, Yago Dora. Jump on the 3, mate. And a bit of a musical instrument presented with some local artwork. Yago, happy to be back at Red Bull Airborne.
Yeah, for sure. Being in the final again is awesome, and I was really psyched that Red Bull Airborne's become real, and this year we had 3 events, so I'm loving it. I'll be psyched to do every event, and it's good to be in the final and be in the podium again, and can't wait for the next one already.
Well, that's the main event out of the way. Good luck in the backup event, the Quicksilver Pro.
Yeah, thank you. Congrats, Italo.
Yago Dora, everyone. And in 2nd place, it was pretty close. The guy who's really put his name on the world surfing map in the last few months with an incredible performance in Hawaii last year, and now in the Red Bull Airborne Series from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. 2nd place, Reef Hazelwood.
Congrats, man. That was sick, that part. You're going to be frothing on the bed.
All right, Reef, run us through what we just saw. That was pretty close between you and Italo.
Yeah, I kind of did it, and I was kind of listening to everyone cheering on the rocks. I was like, oh, maybe I got it, and might have pushed him down, but, you know, Italo's he's a freak. So, yeah, congrats to Italo, and, you know, I was just kind of hoping to go out there and get some good waves, and I was stoked I landed one. So, yeah, I hope I could put a good show on for everyone.
You definitely did, mate, and 10 grand's going to help your campaign this year.
Definitely, yeah, that's going straight to the QS. Yeah, that should be sick.
All right, Reef Hazelwood, everyone. Unfortunately, there can only be one winner, and on this occasion, it's the man of the moment from Brazil, Italo Ferreira. And Italo's picking up the guitar with some crazy artwork from a local artist. Jump up on the podium and shake that thing around, mate. Your Red Bull Airborne Series champion for the Quicksilver Pro Gold Coast, Italo Ferreira. All right, Italo, some quick words, mate. How much fun was that?
That was an epic final, you know, against all these boys, especially Yago and Filipe. And yeah, that was so fun. I catch a lot of waves and try to do some big airs, and yeah, I'm so happy. That was sick. Thank you, guys. And thank you, Josh and WSL.
We got Ronnie Blakey on the webcast saying that you won Instagram over the last few months. Good to see that you can prove it in real life too.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I have a lot of fun in the last couple of months, and I'm always joying and smiling, you know, so it's the secret.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of fun watching you surf. Congratulations, mate. Enjoy the win and good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
The Red Bull Airborne Series champions for the Quicksilver Pro, Italo Ferreira, Reef Hazelwood, and Yago Dora!
The boys absolutely loving life down there. Congratulations to Italo, a very deserving winner. And Reef Hazelwood. Unbelievable. Hey? Finishing things off with a backflip. That was worth more than the air that won in the comp. That was unbelievable.
He just threw a backflip in there, just a little celebratory backflip.
Well, getting himself a nice little bonus prize purse as well, $20,000. Reef Hazelwood, he gets a much-needed $10,000, and as he said, he's going to put that towards his QS campaign, but I can't wait to watch Reef surf in the event. That was a really strong performance from him in the final, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's sick to see that for Reef, you know, like he's going to you know, utilize that. And obviously all the confidence he's been getting from everything else is epic. So good on him. And then obviously Yago, 2 back-to-back finals. Like, what a mad dog. And yeah, sick event, and looking forward to Keramas.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a lot of fun. Finn, as a competitor, how was it just rubbing shoulders with some of the best aerialists down there in the competitors area and going out there and getting completely lost at sea?
Yeah, it was a pretty unbelievable experience. I mean, it was great talking to everyone and kind of get the process rolling. And I feel like everyone's still trying to figure it out because we want to improve our airs and do new stuff, but we still haven't gotten to that point yet. So it's really cool to see all the boys like joking around, thinking of different stuff to do, and it was a great experience.
Great experience. And are you like Mitch? Are you going to be hitting the QS this year as well?
Yeah. Getting on the Q grind.
Getting on the Q grind. All right, mate. Well, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
On your QS campaign. We hope that we see you over in Bali for the Airborne event there. Ron. Mitch, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, mate.
Make sure you stick around because after the break, we've got the WSL post show with everything being talked about from the Quicksilver and Boost Mobile Pro.